Okay.
I think I see everyone. I don't see Councilor Graves on here.
Councilor Graves, can you hear us? Your video looks like it's disabled, but you are not muted.
Do you see Oliver on here at all?
I do not, but we do have to dial in. So he may be one of those I can unmute.
We're going to get started here in like another minute. We have a quorum.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Councilor Graves.
Okay, great. Yeah, I had to dial in. I'm not sure what's going on with my computer audio, but I'm on my telephone, so I can hear you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you. I can see you guys. I understand you cannot see me.
We know what you look like, Councilor. We're okay.
I thought you might have missed me.
Ms. Clerk, we're going to get started. We do have a quorum.
Oliver's in.
Thank you, Councilor Oliver.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee for the City County Council. Today is Wednesday, June 10th, 2020. It's 5:30 p.m. We are not in the City County building. We're doing this meeting via WebEx virtually. And we'll start our meeting with a roll call vote of our councilors. I am the chair of the committee, Councilor Robinson, representing District 1. Roll call vote, Councilor Ane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Ane, present.
Councilor Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Barth, District 7, present.
Thank you, Councilor Boots.
Thank you, Chairman Robinson. Dan Boots, District 3, present.
Thank you, Councilor Dilk. Councilor Dilk. Councilor Ethan Evans.
Councilor Ethan Evans, present.
Thank you, Councilor Jared Evans.
Councilor Jared Evans, representing District 22, present.
Thank you, Councilor Graves.
Washington Township, Lawrence Township, and Warren Township on the east side of Indianapolis, District 13.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Holliday.
Councilor Holliday is present.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Mascari.
Councilor Mascari, present, District 21.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Murray, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilor Mallory, present.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Oliver. Councilor Oliver.
Councilor Oliver, present.
Thank you, councilors. We do have a quorum, and we do have two guest councilors of this evening. Councilor Carlino. You want to introduce yourself,
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Carlino, District 6. Yes, sir, my apologies. Councilor Carlino, District 6, west side of Indianapolis, serving parts of Wayne Pike, Speedway, and Claremont.
Thank you, councilors. Councilor Brown, is she joining us this evening? She may jump in. She may jump in later. So we do have a quorum. We'll get started with our agenda this evening. We do have one appointment on the agenda. We have 4 updates from our agencies and agency heads throughout the city of Indianapolis, primarily focused on public safety. Each of the councilors do have a resume of our appointment in their inbox. Proposal 119, 2020 appoints Kenneth Prevost to the Marion County Community Corrections Advisory Board. And Mr. Prevost is present with us this evening. And sir, we do have your resume. So if you want to unmute your line there and share with us committee why you'd like to be appointed to this board.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, good evening. Thank you for your time, and thank you education. With my resume comes with experience in the police field. I spent 20 years as a law. Alabama. Presently, I'm here in Indianapolis, totally different perspective.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up just a moment there.
Can you hear me now? How's
Yes,
that?
sir.
Right there?
Much better. Much better.
I'll stay right here. I won't move.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ken Prevost from Birmingham, Alabama. Been here 2 years. Prior to that, 22 years of law enforcement. Hired from Birmingham as a detective. Given the fact that we have declared a lot of things in public safety and involved in service, community corrections, law enforcement, you know, a great way to continue that service in the form of law enforcement and prior military experience, prepared for leadership, and then someone who can look at things with a more objective point of view to the table. Personally, I'm an administrator.
Yeah, you're fading out again on us, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Right there. So presently, I'm an administrator here at the Marion County Department and dealing with the community. Just feel like I have a lot to bring to the table.
Outstanding, outstanding. So again, we thank you for your willingness to serve, and we do have your resume, and it's a very distinguished resume. So thank you for your service. Comments or questions from counselors on this appointment? We'll start with the roll call. We'll just go in order. Comments or questions? Counselor Renee?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Counselor Barth?
No questions from me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Counselor Boots?
No questions, thank you.
Counselor Dilk? Counselor
No
Ethan
questions,
Evans?
Mr. Chairman.
Was that Counselor Dilk? Welcome, Counselor Dilk. Counselor Ethan Evans?
Mr. Chairman? Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
We got you. Thank you. We got you. Ethan Evans, Counselor Ethan Evans.
No questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Counselor Jared Evans.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Counselor Graves.
Just a comment, if you will, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to say I looked over your resume, and thank you for your service. I would love to speak with you offline at some time, just to kind of share notes about some of the things you've done in the military. So thank you, and optimistic about today's appointment.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Holiday. You good, Holiday?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Muscari.
No questions, Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor Mowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor Oliver.
Yeah, what an impressive resume. I vote yes.
Thank you, Counselor Oliver. There hasn't been a motion yet, though, but the chair will entertain a motion on the appointment. On the appointment for proposal 119, the chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been probably moved and seconded to send proposal 119.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, public comment. Is that right?
No, that wasn't.
Is that our clerk?
Sorry. I was trying to get who moved and who second. Could you just let me know?
Yes, that was a good stopping point because we didn't get public comment. So who made the motion to move it to the full council?
All right.
So Minority Leader Mowry did. And who seconded his motion? Councilor Barth. Ms. Clerk, do we have any public comments or questions for this appointment?
No.
No. Motion been probably moved and seconded. All those in favor? I guess we have to do another roll call. All those in favor, we're going to go through the roll again and signify with Aye or nay? Counselor Robinson, aye. Counselor Renee?
Nane, aye.
Counselor Barth?
Barth, aye.
Counselor Boots?
Boots, aye.
Counselor Dilk?
Counselor Dilk, aye.
Counselor Ethan Evans?
Counselor Ethan Evans, aye.
Counselor Jared Evans?
Counselor Jared Evans, aye.
Counselor Graves?
Counselor Graves, aye.
Counselor Holiday?
Counselor Holiday, aye.
Counselor Muscari?
Counselor Mascari, aye.
Counselor Mowry?
Counselor Mallory, aye.
Counselor Oliver?
Counselor Oliver, aye.
Thank you, counselors. The vote was successful and unanimous. Ms. Clerk, did you get that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, counselors.
Thank you.
That concludes the appointment portion of our agenda. We do have 4 updates on our agenda this evening regarding public safety and criminal justice for the city of Indianapolis. I did send our committee an email yesterday, letting the counselors know that each counselor will be called upon to ask questions of our guests. And we'll do 2 questions at a time, and then we'll come back. So if you have 3, 4, or 5 questions of a guest, we'll get those on the second round. We'll give each counselor, we'll go through the roll call list. We'll call on each counselor to ask 2 questions at a time of our guests and to exhaust the question of our counselors. Ms. Clerk, just please help me remember to go to the public for each of these, because again, I don't see a public. I just see a screen of elected officials and agency leaders. So remind me to go to the public for comments that those have been posted on our board. With that, I would like to have consent to rearrange the agenda briefly. We will do the Citizens Police Complaint Board first, and we'll push Prosecutor Mears second, and then we'll get to the chief on the last 2. So with consent, I'd like to rearrange that agenda.
Consent.
Thank you very much. First, we'll hear from an update from Ms. Gina Bevins. She is the Executive Director of the Citizens Police Complaint Board. Her board director, chairman of her board, Dwayne Ingram, is also on the call. And we've had many conversations over the last few weeks with the agency heads, with the board of directors, members of the community, about the Citizens Police Complaint Board and their function. And primarily, how can we strengthen, empower this board to be as effective as possibly can be for our citizens. So with that, we'll allow for Ms. Bevins to provide any updates that she has, and or the chair of the board, Mr. Ingram, to provide updates to the council committee, and then we'll take questions from the audience if there are any. Ms. Bevins. You're on mute.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation. Again, I'm Gina Bevin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Citizens Police Complaint Board and Office. Dwayne Ingram is our president, so I will pretty much defer to him as far as recent updates, but I would like to say that just to remind you all that our office was established 30 years ago, to promote and increase trust and accountability in police community relations. However, recent developments show that the issues of trust and accountability continue to plague the police community relationship. And therefore, our mission, which is to build community and public trust through enhanced accountability and transparency in policing and civilian oversight, continues to be relevant and necessary. We hear the public, and we want to implement organizational reform, community reform, and again, transparency, and so that is what we're doing. And so I would like to defer to President Dwayne Ingram to provide you actual updates on that process.
So, thank you, Devin. So I know we've discussed several options and several changes with policy internally of the organization. We've also discussed some ordinance changes that are going to amend the ordinance. So will the board chair for those issues, or are you going to speak to those issues?
The board president will speak to those issues.
Okay, so is it the chair or the president, Mr. Ingram?
It's the president. He's the president.
Okay. President Ingram.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Robinson, and to our esteemed counselors for the opportunity to present to you all and to our guests. As Ms. Bevan stated, the Citizens Police Complaint Board was established about 30 years ago, and this board was established out of a season of unrest in our community. And as we are currently in another season of unrest, not only in our community, but around our country, and our cries have rang around the world, it is only fitting and appropriate that we take this as a moment to take a step back and look at our policies and procedures to see if there's any opportunities that we can improve our role that we play as far as oversight of our police officers here in Indianapolis. And Chairman Robinson has afforded us a few different opportunities over the past 2 weeks to talk about some things that have been important to him and his leadership, as well as some things that we can do statutorily and by making some corrections and changes to policy to make our office operate and function a little bit better with more oversight. And there's four key things that we're going to highlight this evening that we have discussed with Ms. TK, who I believe is on in the meeting as well, and a few other leaders. And statutorily, any citizen has 60 days from the date of the incident to file a complaint. What we have unofficially done is created a formal and an informal hearing process, because we've noted several years ago that we received a lot of our complaints after the 60-day window has closed. So at that point, we extended an opportunity for complaints to be filed to 120 days. And on that 61st day, the 61st day to the 120th day, that's what's called the informal hearing process that will allow the complaint to be fully investigated. However, statutorily, the board cannot make a ruling on those cases. Those cases are determined by the executive director. We thought that with Chairman Robinson's leadership, that it was important to extend that opportunity for a resident to file that complaint from 60 days to 6 months. Given where things are, people, when these types of incidents happen, they may be shaken, they may be dealing with their own type of mental concerns, and questioning the process. So we thought it was fair and it made sense to do away with the unofficial informal complaint process and just have a 6-month period where a complaint can be filed and will be considered with the full extent of the board. And cases that are filed 6 months and a day or later from the date of the incident, the president will have the flexibility to determine what happens with those cases. So there might be further review and there may not be further review. Also, kind of a policy change that we are working on is currently previous administrations before I joined the board made a determination that it's best that residents not and complainants not have a voice during the complaint process. So we have decided to allow for a 2-minute public testimony period by the complainant when their cases are being reviewed, so that we can hear the voice of the complainant. Because in the review process, we hear from our executive director and her staff where appropriate. We also ask internal affairs to answer any questions regarding the process where appropriate, but we never gave an opportunity for the complainant to actually speak. So we are going to remove that restriction that we placed on ourselves to make sure that the complainants have their own voice in the process. Now, we will limit that to 2 minutes, but we will provide that opportunity for them to speak. Third, Chairman Robinson gave us a charge to figure out how can we increase transparency with the complaints and the officers that are receiving these complaints on a monthly basis. So what we've done, we are discussing 2 different reports that can be found on the Citizens Police Complaint Board or the Complaint Office website on the city's on the webpage on the city's site that will do 2 things. One, every month you'll have an idea of the officers that receive complaints the previous month. So for instance, Monday, we just had our June board meeting. So after the June board meeting, you'll have a listing of all of the officers who received complaints that were reviewed on the June board meeting. And the second report will be a running tally of all officers that have received complaint with the type of complaint, their name and their badge number, and the number of complaints that they have received. And what we have not kind of nailed down yet is for what period of time will those complaints be listed. But that is a step in the right direction as far as transparency with our system. Currently, there is an IMPD transparency Facebook page that attempts to do these types of things and makes public information requests to get this type of information, but we should not make it more burdensome for information to be readily shared. So we thought this was a good step in the right direction as far as transparency. And the fourth thing that we discussed was more of a policy and a procedural change more than a statutory change, which will allow the Citizens Complaint Office to have their own detective on staff to investigate cases. So currently, the way the process works is once a complaint is filed, the packet is sent over to Internal Affairs, and either Internal Affairs or the district where the officer is out of will oversee that investigation. What we're looking to do is work with our IMPD police chief and his office to make sure we identify a detective that is qualified and has the connection to the current police field to get the investigation done in an impartial but well-respected way. That was one thing that we heard lots of complaints about, and even as we were having our meetings, I received complaints from people saying they didn't trust Internal Affairs. So this is our way to remove that concern from our policies to create an impartial way to investigate our cases where we can guarantee fairness, where we can get closer to fairness and honesty in our complaint process. There were several other items that we discussed for potential updates to the code. Some of those changes we'll have to come back to at a later date. These 4 were the more pressing items that we wanted to cover now. And I'll refer back to Chairman Robinson to see if you had any additional questions.
Thank you, President Ingram. Ms. Bevan, any comments or follow-up on what President Ingram stated?
Just that this is an ongoing process. We're still taking suggestions from the community, from the other board members to get this to get to a final set of recommendations that we all can live with.
Thank you, Ms. Bevan. So Ms. Kim, our General Counsel, any comments as you've been working with us over the last few months on this issue? Any comments from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any comments. We're still working on the draft ordinance.
Thank you. So for the counselors, just so you know, again, we're trying to look at every public safety agency that deals with the public and also with the civilians to see what changes we can make. So we've been working with these folks over the last several weeks and months to see how we can make this agency more transparent and also give them more credibility with our residents. So we'll welcome any comments or suggestions from our committee members on this topic. And we'll start first with Councilor Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions, and then there may be more clarifications and questions. So when we talk about the reports that are being done, we're releasing officers' names. Is that I just want to make sure as a clarification. Are we adding that, or is that already being done?
Those reports are currently not being done. Let me clarify that. The information is being presented, but it's being presented with all the facts except their names.
So their names are redacted.
Yes, currently their names are redacted from the reports. And that is actually not our process. I think it's an IMPD website, web portal that houses that information. We're looking to put that information on the Citizens Police Complaint Office platform, and we'll be the ones uploading that information.
Thank you. Second question. So when we talk about potentially having the complaint board having investigators or an investigator, is that essentially a request for additional kind of staff for the police complaint board?
When we get to that point, there will be a request for additional funds to offset, excuse me, the cost of that investigator. Yes, but we're trying to find ways to share that cost with other departments so the impact on our office is minimized.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Renee, and thank you for leading the charge on 2-question minimum on this first lap and showing the other committee members how it's done. We appreciate you, Councilor. Councilor Barth.
I have 2 questions and 2 questions only, Mr. Chairman. The first is really a clarification, maybe for you, Mr. Ingram, or maybe for Ms. Kim, but everything you suggested, all are solid recommendations that make sense to me. From what you said, it was unclear to me. Are those all changes that require council action, or is there a subset that can be done administratively that we wouldn't take action on?
Thank you for that clarification, Councilor Barth. The only item at this time that would require council action is changing the filing period for a complaint from 60 days to 6 months. The rest of those items, we will, Ms. Kim and our counsel for the complaint office to just make policy changes in-house.
Okay, thank you. The other, probably more of just a comment on this other issue. I thought your point about allowing the complainant to speak is a really valuable one. So I didn't know that wasn't in place, and so I'm glad that's a change you're going to make. I'm just going to quickly relay something that I've been working on lately. I have a constituent who had made a complaint against an IMPD officer that had been substantiated, but concurrent with the investigation, my constituent was getting very negative comments made by folks associated with this officer on her Facebook page. And so I think that would be outside policy. This is something that's happening to her with people who are associated with the officer, but I think that kind of context and detail would be useful for the entire board to hear. So you may not get that otherwise. So it just strikes me as a really good practice to allow the complainant to speak. So I'm glad you're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Barth. Councilor Boots.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do have 2 questions. One, and this is either for Ms. Bevan or Mr. Ingram. Can you, just for our own education, what is the composition of the board? How many? Who appoints them? And then second part of the question would be, the process of a complaint. How does that, once it's filed, where does it go from there? And how does that process interplay with any type of IMPD disciplinary procedures?
Okay, President Ingram can speak on the composition of the board, and I'll speak on the process.
Go ahead and take the process question first.
Okay, so when a citizen has a specific allegation or assertion of misconduct by a specific IMPD officer and or officers, they can register a complaint with our office in several ways. They can call us and during not pre-pandemic times and make an appointment to come to the office to file the complaint, or they can send us an email detailing the complaint. And again, we review the complaint. We make sure that all the specifications are met, that, it has to be a specific allegation against a specific officer. And we also encourage citizens to get, as much information about the officer as possible. For example, name, badge number, vehicle number. And then again, we normally make an appointment. Again, this was pre-pandemic days, for the citizen to come to the office. And then we also have an online form that they can go to online. So they can email us, they can go online, they can call us, or they can walk in. Now, the part of the process that we're working on, we haven't changed yet and we haven't updated, is the notarization process. The ordinance states that that for a formal complaint to be reviewed by the board, it has to be written, it has to be signed, and it has to be notarized. So no matter how they come to us, they have to, pre-pandemic days, they come into the office and we have a notary on staff to notarize the document. And then we normally do what I call preliminary investigations, and we ask about any witnesses, any video, and or any court documents, because a lot of people get arrested and then they go to court and all the charges are dismissed. And so we ask for any evidentiary items that could help them. And then once we've gathered all of this information, and then we share we enter the information in a database, and then we forward it to the IMPD Internal Affairs. IMPD Internal Affairs reviews the case, and it depends on the severity of the charges. And for the most severe ones, Internal Affairs will conduct the investigation. For lesser severe charges, the cases are normally forwarded to the district to be investigated. And so each department section performs an investigation and then sends their findings back to us as Citizens Police. And then what we do, we pretty much package up everything. We review the investigation files to make sure that, we have all the evidence, videos, documents, and then we forward that information to the board. And then the board meets once a month to review and deliberate. And then the board makes a determination. Sometimes the board cannot make a determination because sometimes the evidence is not there. Video and sometimes the reports have mentioned certain things that we don't have. So usually the board does not make determinations on those cases. They normally table the cases until we can gather, the facts. And there are a variety of reasons why a board may not make a decision. And keep in mind, these are all citizens. We're all citizens. We're completely all citizens. And so they want to make the best and fairest and, decision and the right decision. And so they will table a case until they get what they need. In the meantime, one of my staff members is also the board secretary. And so she tracks all of that. And she also, we put all of this in the minutes, and we issue the minutes normally 10 days after the board meeting. And then a week after the board meets, then Dwayne and I, President Ingram and I, we meet with the chief and or the chief designee to discuss issues that may arise, such as sometimes we feel that we don't get the proper cooperation from IMPD, or they may have mentioned something that we didn't see. So just to reconcile outstanding issues. And then part of our process, our team, we manage the citizens' expectations. Citizens, they come in a lot of times thinking that we are going to award them damages. Sometimes they think sometimes we're going to punish the police, and we don't. And so we tell them that, and we couch it in terms of a moral victory. Now we don't advise them what to do, but we do advise them that they have a right to seek further action. If they do not agree with the board's findings, then they have the right to seek further action.
Thank you.
Mr. Ingram, you want to speak to the makeup of your board?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, we have the Citizens Police Complaint Board is a 9-member board with 6 members, 6 voting members who are appointed by the City County Council, 1 member who is ex officio non-vote, who is appointed by the FOP, and 2 other non-voting members who are appointed one by the mayor and one by the mayor shall appoint 3 members, 3 members. So 6 members are appointed by the council, 3 members are appointed by the mayor, and 1 by the FOP.
Thank you, President Ingram. Councilor Dilk, comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just have one question. As far as the time frame, is there an average of, say, somebody puts a complaint in to the time that it actually goes to the board?
Yes, and let me just say that I've been the executive director for a year now, and so I am helping to, I oversee the daily operations, and so just like any operation, when you have a new set of eyes come in, there's always room for improvement, and so that's one thing that we are striving to be reasonable, to get things turned around in a reasonable amount of time. So currently, as per the ordinance, again, a citizen has 60 days from the incident to file a complaint. And then we are given about 60 days to investigate the complaint. Okay, and once the complaint once it gets investigated, and then it goes to the board. So usually from start to finish, we're talking 4 or 5 months. Okay, but in reality, that's not how it always works. Employees leave, drop the ball on different things. Then, for example, we're experiencing a huge slowdown due to all of the critical events that are happening locally and nationally. And so, for example, our response times have been a little slower than usual on phone calls and emails, because we get a lot of we receive a lot of inquiries, and we acknowledge every single phone call, every single email, but we're very slow in getting the actual responses just because of the sheer number, and we just don't have the staff.
Thank you, Ms. Bevan. Could you all please, everyone mute your phones, please? Thank you. Councilor Ethan Evans, comments or questions?
Thank you, Chairman Robinson. Yes, so thank you, Ms. Bevan, and thank you, Mr. Ingram. I did want to know, I appreciate all the changes you all are going to be making. They're much needed and much appreciated. I did want to ask, one of the things that had been brought up to me in the past was the meetings per month, and also giving notice ahead of time if a meeting was going to be moved or canceled. That sometimes the complainant was not always given proper notice ahead of time if a meeting was going to be moved or changed the date of. So I wanted to know if you would be able to require said notice be posted both online and sent out an email or some other notification to the people that would be represented in those meetings, giving them a good head start on before the meeting was canceled. Would that be possible?
It absolutely is possible, and it's currently our process that we do that. Anytime we have a complainant where their case will be heard for any particular month, our complaint board secretary contacts, or the complaint staff contacts that complainant just to let them know your case will be heard, and if there's any changes throughout the process, they're notified. From time to time, meetings are canceled because of caseloads or whatever, for different reasons. All of that information is always posted on our website. We're also working with a group of interns now to increase our social media presence so that information can be shared there as well. So we are working to make sure that we be overly communicative to the community to let them know what's happening with our board, and if they need to or would like to show up. A point that you didn't raise, Councilor Evans, is something that we're considering as well, and that's taking our meetings out of the city county building, because we've noticed that that's been a barrier for some people to come to just observe our meetings. So we're looking at ways to get our meetings out of the city county building and into the community to create that closer connection to our residents.
Thank you.
Also, I would like to add that we get a large number of complaints and inquiries, but probably a third the citizens do not follow up, or they give us bad information. We get lots of returned mail, so we do our best to notify them. A lot of people don't have email addresses, or their phone numbers are disconnected. The phone number may have been good the day they filed the complaint, and then 3 months later, the phone number is disconnected, and then so we'll follow up with letters. We'll get returned mail. So that's significant, and that's why I mentioned that.
Thank you, Ms. Bevan. Additional comment or question, Councilman?
Oh, I was just going to ask, on the note of not having it in the city county building anymore, have you considered having virtual meetings in light of the current events?
Well, currently our meetings are virtually. They're public meetings, just like your meetings are public. The information is available. They can call in to participate that way, and our meeting host monitors those that call in, and we make sure that we include opportunities there. So absolutely, we have considered that, and we'll consider after we get back to our new normal, if we want to keep form, or we can merge this electronic platform with our face-to-face visits, meetings.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Jared Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. DeWine and Ms. Bevan, thank you both for the information you provided. I'm happy to hear about those changes. I think those are solid changes we're making moving forward. I have two questions, and I'm just going to put them both out. One, I think for the public that may be tuning in, so let's say, what's the process through the complaint board if you guys find that the complaint is legitimate? Does it then go to the merit board, or what happens at that point? And the second question I have is, what's the most common thing that you're seeing? I'm sure at times you feel like some of the complaints that you're getting are legitimate complaints. However, there must be a lack of evidence, or something's not there to support that claim that you guys feel like you can say beyond a doubt or prove that this was legitimate. What's the common issue with regards to being able to move a complaint forward to the next step?
I'd like to answer that one, that very question. And it kind of piggybacks on what I just said. As the executive director of pretty much operations, where my staff and we are, our office is open Monday through Friday. And again, I'm speaking pre-pandemic. Monday through Friday from between 8 and 5. And citizens are free to wander in and come in. And the citizens, we find that most of them, they just want to be heard. And they come in, and a lot of times they're very reticent. They're very, and they don't think that they could win. Okay. They'll say, well, I didn't, it probably won't make a difference anyway, but my cousin told me to come down here. And then a lot of people will say, we didn't know you were here. We didn't know this office was here. So that's probably from my end, what I see more of than anything. And then you also have the citizens are not used to standing up for themselves. And so I actually remember a young man specifically. He had been arrested. He was stopped, was arrested. All the charges were dropped and nothing. And in my estimation, he actually had a very good case. And I talked with this young man over the phone several times. He was supposed to bring some documents back, and then we wanted to notarize his complaint. The young man never came back. He had set up. I set up an appointment. I mean, I personally was like, this gentleman has a strong case, but he just didn't come back. And then a lot of people, they don't even want to get their documents notarized. If they have to, there's some people just have a phobia about signing things. They don't want to sign. They don't want to get the documents notarized. And so our hands are tied because per the law, the complaint has to be written, signed, and notarized. And I mean, we even go, our team, we bend over backwards to help the citizens. And there are people that come in that can't, they can only sign their name with an X. So we interview them. We have a transcriptionist who will interview them and help them with the written document. And but again, so it's just a lot of work. We pride ourselves on going above and beyond for these citizens and helping these citizens. And but we have a lot of people that just don't want to follow through, and that's heartbreaking to me.
So, Counselor, to the question, one of the main complaints that we see on a consistent basis is a lot of rudeness. He spoke to me this way, or was rough.
Not complaints, Dwayne. Not complaints. I'm looking at what I was asking was the two questions were: one, what's the process if you guys finalize and say this complaint's legit? What happens then? Does this go to the police merit board? But the second question was, and she answered it, Ms. Bevan answered it. What was the number one issue, in your opinion, that was keeping complaints from moving forward that you felt like are legit, but perhaps we can't prove it? Or is it because there's not video footage? Is there not a witness? I mean, is it just becoming a he said, she said type thing?
Got it.
That's what I was specifically looking for.
Well, once we review a case, and if we decide that the citizen's complaint is valid and it should be sustained, whether the investigation sustains it or not, what we do is, we don't have punishing authority or jurisdiction. So those cases, all of our cases go to chief for final decision to either accept or overturn our recommendation. Now, there have been several occasions during my tenure as president where we have voted to overturn a ruling, a disposition that was either not sustained or exonerated, and change it to sustained. And when we do so, every month I have a standing meeting with the chief of police or someone from his senior executive staff to talk about that month's cases. And once chief, we've had some pretty good success of chief accepting our dispositions of sustained. And what happens unofficially is chief's office will talk to that officer supervisor, and in some cases, enact a blue team to note training or conversations or coaching for that officer. We have some other ideas for how to handle that, and I think it's best that we hold those thoughts and ideas maybe for the next meeting. But that's the current process.
Thank you, Counselor. I know Chief's on the phone, so when we get to the chief later, I do want to know from the complaints that go to the chief from the board that's saying that they found the officer to be guilty per se. How many of those do the chief support and how many does he not support? I'm interested to see that number to see, or is the chief supporting the complaint board's decision or not? So I want to at some point get the data on how many of those complaints have been substantiated by the chief. Because again, we have to be able to empower the board and give them credibility. That's the whole idea behind that. So with that, Councilor Graves, comments or questions? Councilor Graves? Councilor Holliday, comments or questions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? Keith Graves, Councilor Graves?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity as I was experiencing a brief moment of technical difficulty. And I do have a few comments, if that's okay, just we'll comment and then a couple questions, Mr. Chairman.
Two questions, Councilor, 2 questions.
Yes, absolutely, following your rules. So thank you guys for these changes. They are absolutely a step in the right direction. So I'm appreciative of that, and I'm hopeful that they'll strengthen the process for our citizens to voice their complaints. So with that being said, can you just maybe, number one, tell me when did you begin the discussions on making these changes, or is it safe to say that the current events around the country, the protest and march, et cetera, if that's what brought to light the need for these changes, and that's your motivation?
I'll speak to that, Counselor. So we've had ongoing discussions when Ms. Bevins first got on board about a year ago. I first started talking to her about her office at that point. And then we brought in President Ingram as well. So these have been ongoing. And then we had a community conversation a few months ago. One of the board members was there that mentioned some of these things. So these conversations were going on far before these recent events. So I'll take that question. What's your next question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that response. Ms. Bevin, you mentioned that many of the citizens don't follow through with the steps in their complaints. Just recently, you mentioned that. Is that because of the overwhelming belief that is out in our community that your office actually is not, don't have the teeth? Their complaints are not going to result in anything. So if they don't want to sign something, as you mentioned yourself, they'll probably have to throw your hands up. And why go through the trouble? Why take off work if there are no teeth? Is that possibly why you think that they may not be following through with their complaints?
You know what? That's actually a small part of it. I would say that's really a small part. You know, a lot of it is just, just limited, skills. And, obviously, poverty, not access to good education, things like that. There are myriad of issues as to why the citizens walk away. And then yes, you do have your share, just like some people say, a good part of the population will say, my vote doesn't count. Okay. So when they say that, so it's not really to our office specifically, it's just to the system. People feel that the system does not work for them.
Right, and that was not anything negative about your office, but more the power to move their complaint forward in a way that will be satisfactory to them, as they were the ones that were wronged by the police department.
Yes, and then also we have found that sometimes the citizens just want to be heard. So we, again, my team and I, we go above and beyond to make people feel warm, welcome, and we get them to trust us that we will help them to get their complaint heard, and that's all they want. And that's why, you know, my first observation is when I took this role a year ago, I observed that when I manage expectations, so because again, you know, people come in and say, hey, you know, I want money, you know, are you going to award me damages, you know, or, you know, but when I tell them that we don't award damages, and I explain it, you know, we take the time to explain everything, then they understand, and then, you know, they'll be like, oh, okay. So then, and then we flip it. We'll say, well, what do you want? What do you want from, what do you?
I've lost, Ms. Bevan, are you still talking? You're on mute.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Did you guys hear me?
I didn't hear that last part.
Okay, the citizens, we manage their expectations because, you know, they will come in thinking that they're going to be awarded money. And when we tell them we don't award money, and then and so what happens, we take the time with them and explain the process and how it works and how we build a trusting relationship with them and get them to believe that the staff in that office, we are going to make sure that their complaint is heard. And that's all they want. And then when we ask them, you know, once we explain the reality and how it works, then we'll flip the question and ask them, now that you know all of this information, what do you want to happen? And they all mostly unanimously will say, I just don't want this to happen to someone else.
Ms. Bevins, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Graves. We'll go to the next question though, but Ms. Bevins, I do want to push back on a comment when you referenced that they don't have the skill. So residents, they don't have the skill. So I'm not quite sure what you meant by that, but whatever the case is, we want to be sure that we are preparing, no matter how they come to our offices to file a complaint, we want to be sure that we give them all the support and resources possible to get them to the process where they can fill the complaint out. So we don't want to limit them because of their lack of skill. So whatever we need to do as an agency to address that issue, we need to be sure that we provide support for those citizens.
And we do, and please don't misconstrue. Our office actually has a reputation for making citizens feel welcome, no matter what level, whether they have a PhD or whether they have a street degree. We go above and beyond, and we make sure we make everyone feel like they're, you know, that they're special, and we mean it. You know, we have, myself and my team, we love what we do, and it comes across. And so no, we never ever make anyone feel less than.
Okay, just be mindful again. The public is watching and listening, and I think that that comment may have rubbed some the wrong way. So just be mindful of those.
You know what? I'm
comments.
sorry. I misspoke. I didn't mean for it to come across that way.
Thank you, Councilor Holliday. Comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, two questions again. One, I guess, are there certain complaints that this board does not address? And then the second question is back, can you clarify again a little bit to me? You mentioned about perhaps getting an investigator strictly for the board. Give me some, clarify for me who does it, not necessarily names, but who's now doing the investigations, how that'll change and how that'll be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor, for that question. Those questions relative to the process. Currently, once a complaint is filed, we give that information to Internal Affairs with the Indianapolis Police Department, and they will investigate the case, or smaller, lower level cases, complaints that they receive, they'll send them off to the district level to be investigated. So for instance, if someone got a complaint that if the complaint was the officer was rude to the citizen, that complaint might be investigated by the district where he is assigned. There is some concerns that we board members have with the level of with the level of those investigations between internal affairs and the district level. So we have requested that, and also in addition to that, the community has said loud and clear and consistently that if we don't trust if there's concerns about the police department, you know, there's a level of a lack of trust that IA, being police department, can adequately and fairly and impartially investigate their own brothers and sisters in blue. So what we're requesting is an independent detective to serve as our investigator that is not on the IMPD staff, is a complaint office employee, someone that knows the process, someone that may have maybe a retired detective or something like that, that maybe will have the trust of the police department and the chief's office, because they have to understand that the process is fair as well. So we thought it was fitting that if we got someone with that skill set, that would help alleviate some of the issues and questions that we've consistently received from the community, and that we as the board on a monthly basis regarding the types of investigations.
So Councilor Holiday, thank you, President Ingram. I want to address that as well. So during our discussion over the last few weeks and months, it did come to my attention that the process for these investigations, if a officer from the Northwest District had a complaint filed against him or her, the Northwest District, where the officer was from, his colleagues did the investigation. That's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. Secondly, and or depending on the level of the complaint, it went to internal affairs. So of IMPD. So as a citizen, what kind of credibility or belief do I have in a system so where I file a complaint against an officer from the Northwest District, his colleagues do the investigation and report back what they found? So that's unacceptable. And I've committed to the agency that we're going to find some funds for them to have an independent investigator for the office. So again, we talked about it a few weeks ago. We haven't found the funds as of yet, but it's absolutely important to add some credibility to this agency to have an independent investigator to investigate these complaints versus the officers' colleagues at the command district where they work. That's how that came up. And as the chair of the committee, I'm committed to finding the resources to get them an independent investigator for this agency. Councilor Holiday, you have a second question?
I think I asked both and both were addressed. I just, to echo what you're saying, to me, at least from a public perception perspective, as I looked at that, I maybe misunderstood earlier, it just sounded like they wanted to transfer an IMPD investigator to them full time, which, not to question professional whatever integrity, but from a public perception thing, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Correct. Councilor Mascari. Councilor Mascari?
Yes, Chairman. My question would be to Dwayne or Gina. Tell me about a victory for the citizen. I mean, you don't have to include any names or any officers' names. Is there anything out there that's you've actually helped people with?
I'll go ahead and fill that one. I would say a victory for the complainant would be a situation where, and I'll just speak in general terms about a case that we did review, where the complainant had a very valid and kind of a serious complaint against the officer, and the investigation determined that it was unclear on whether or not the officer actually did the act. So the case was exonerated. Once we, the board, reviewed the facts, we decided no, that the information is present and sufficient to support the claim actually happened. So we ruled to overturn the disposition from exonerated or not sustained to sustained. and we presented our information to the chief of police. And not only was that accepted by the chief, but we began policy changes to figure out how can we eliminate this type of action from happening again, in communication with our training staff, our training command, to make sure we're reinforcing different things from types of the appropriate and approved language to use, no sweeties, no ma'ams, no cuties, and things of that sort, to remove those types of behaviors from their training, to make sure that these types of complaints don't happen again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Muscuri. Minority Leader Mowry, comments or questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question, I guess point of clarification maybe. For any changes made to this board, do you have to come before the council to get the change certified, I guess, if you will?
Yes, thank you, Minority Leader Mowry. One change that will require council approval, and that is the change in the time frame by which complainants have to submit their complaints. Currently, code is 60 days. Our proposal would be to change that to 6 months. That will require a statutory change that we will present to you at a later date.
Councilman Leader Mowry, also, I think, in our CFOs on the line, when we find the funds to get them their own private investigator, that fiscal will also probably likely come from the council as well. Mr. Hole or Ms. Kim?
Thank you, Mr. President Ingram and Mr. Chairman. That kind of leads me into my next question. As far as that investigator goes, earlier you said a lot of these conversations have been going on for over, since last year or so. If we're looking at a private investigator, is that something then that was new and unique to this year? And if not, was this budgeted for? Why not? And I'll let you answer from there.
I'll speak to that, President Ingram. So I'd say probably within the last 30 to 45 days is when I found out they didn't have I think they have been wanting one. I mean, I can't speak to, I think they've been wanting one for a while, but it came to my attention maybe a month and a half ago that that's what they really need. When they told me that the district colleagues did the investigation and they didn't seem to have the faith there. They had more faith in IA, but they would really have more faith in their own independent investigator. So that came to my attention maybe 30 days, 45 days ago. And at that point, I made the commitment that we're going to find those resources to make that happen. So again, these are new discussions, but I think that it's important to elevate this board, give the board the credibility in the community that it needs. I think that having their own independent investigator is crucial. And I will be sponsoring that proposal and bring that to committee in the next month or so. We have to get that done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. And Councilor Oliver.
Yes, Councilor Oliver here. You got me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got two questions, Mr. Chairman. For Mr. Beavan, thank you very much. Thank you all for the job that you all do. And I want to thank you in advance. Listen, two questions. Number one, you mentioned earlier that there's a 2-minute presentation by a complainant. Is the complainant allowed to bring counsel or video or other types of evidence or witnesses to the board? That's one question. Next question, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Beavers also, is if the complainant is answered in affirmative, what is the next step after the board makes its ruling to agree with the complainant? What is the next step?
I think that Councilor Oliver, we've already addressed the second part of your question. I think Ms. Bevan spoke to the process of what happens if a they found someone guilty of the complaint charge. We've addressed that one, but you guys want to answer the first question of Councilor Oliver, though?
Can you repeat that the first part, just so I'll make sure we're clear? Sorry, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I asked, is the complainant allowed to bring counsel or a witness or other types of evidence to present at the hearing before the complaint board?
Well, thank you for that, for clarifying that for a question for us, Councilor Oliver. Once the complaint is filed, in order for the complaint to move along in the process, there's a recorded testimony that the complainant must conduct. And at that time, they're asked if there's any witnesses or evidence that they would like to present to strengthen their case. That information is all the information and the evidence is taken on the front end and included with the investigatory packet that's given to IMPD. The complainant is absolutely allowed to include counsel. We've had a few cases that have had complainants who were advised by counsel. That is allowable. I mean, we can't control what a complainant does, so that's their right to do so.
Councilor Oliver, you good?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I squeeze this one in, please? What about frivolous? How do you avoid information to the public about the public filing frivolous complaints, meaning that we may not even know that there's a violation occurred because we don't know what the policies are, what the range of behavior is allowed by the officer. Information of conduct that it's not out there on what the behavior, so we know that not to file a frivolous complaint.
Well, okay, I understand the question now. We get a lot of questions fielded by the complaint office of people you may feel like feel like you've been aggrieved by a police officer, and it's the complaint office's job to search the code to see if there is a general order or if there is a law that speaks to the issue that you are posing with your complaint. So it's not that responsibility does not rest with the resident. It actually rests with the complaint staff to make sure that that there is a statutory to speak to for every complaint.
Thank you, President Ingram. Thank you, Councilor Oliver. Councilor Carlino, comments or questions, please, as our guest counselor tonight.
Thank you so much for the floor. I appreciate that. My question is for Mr. Ingram. You alluded to counsel. What type of legal services are available to not just citizens, but the actual employees of the complaint board?
Thank you for that question, Councilor Carlino. The full city legal is available to the employees of the police department if they or their union, or if they feel it's egregious enough where they need to get their own outside counsel, they can definitely do that. But it's not uncommon to see union counsel get involved on maybe one or two cases we've seen, or additional city legal involvement.
Forgive me, I meant what legal services do you and your staff have in terms of legal assistance and service that informs you, and as well as what legal assistance is available there for citizens who come in to make a complaint? I'm sorry if I didn't phrase that right.
That's okay. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, we have a counselor a city legal who is assigned to the complaint office Miss Ellen, she's actually one of the people who was responsible for the creation of the office, and we're fortunate to have her around. And she's at all of our meetings, and she's at our disposal for counsel and guidance.
So just one person?
Well,
I'm hearing.
One person with the weight of the entire
Right.
with the city legal behind her.
I'll let everyone read between the lines on that one, because we're a large city and it sounds like you guys have a very large caseload. My second question is about the notarization. Mr. Ingram, or maybe Miss Bevan, by the way, thank you for both of you being here tonight. Is there a charge for the in-person notary if folks come in without items pre-notarized?
No, ma'am.
No, there's no charge.
We don't. Oh, I didn't know you were there, Gina.
Yeah, no, there's no charge.
Excellent.
Thank you,
for
Carlino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll do one more round of questions for our counselors. And again, we'll start from the top. Counselor Ane, final questions or comments?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I'm just curious, when we talk about some of these proposed changes, have these been researched? Have they been compared to other cities across the country as we look to potentially implement some of the ones we've just talked about?
Thank you for that question. Actually, the proposal that we've discussed, they've been based out of our staff and myself. We've traveled to national conferences, and we have developed relationship with other oversight practitioners around the country. And the changes that we have proposed are rooted in best practices. So it's not just something we put out of the air. This is based on best practices from cities similar to ours.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Ingram. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm very interested, and I think that there are some very unique and probably good changes to be made. There are a couple that I have serious concerns with, particularly the releasing of officers' names and badge numbers. So anyhow, I look forward to talking further offline with Ms. Bevan, Mr. Ingram, Chairman Robinson, and other members of the committee to make sure that we are providing the best service to the public. I yield back.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate you. Counselor Barth, final comments or questions?
Nothing more from me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Boots.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a final question to nail it down, because I haven't quite, maybe I've got wax in my ears, but I'm not quite getting, if there is a finding by the board that the complaint is sustained, it goes to the chief, but what does it do with the chief, and what does the chief do with that information? I just want to tie up that loose end because I think it's still confusing.
Counselor Booth, we'll let President Ingram and or Ms. Bevan answer though, but the chief is up next, well, after the prosecutor. So we can also pose that question to him as he gets complaints from the board. What does he do with them and how they're resolved? And what's the percentages? If he gets 50 complaints that's been substantiated from the board, what does the chief do with those 50 complaints? How many is he substantiated on his end? So again, so we'll ask it of the chief though. We'll let them answer though. I think that's a good question, and a very important question. President Ingram.
Thank you, sir, for that clarifying question. But yes, once we change a recommendation on a disposition of a case, we present that information to the chief and make our argument for our change. And the final decision lies with the chief to either accept or not accept our revised finding on the case. If he accepts our finding, based on previous cases, that information could potentially go to the Board of Captains for disciplinary actions, potentially for the officer. Once we have that conversation with the chief, we're out of the loop. We've done our due diligence and our job at that point, but we're out of it at that point. And out of all the cases that we have changed the disposition on, that we've presented to the chief under my leadership as president in the past 2 years, we've presented maybe 5 or 6, and there's only one case that chief has not agreed with our disposition on.
Okay, and when you keep saying change of disposition, what's the my question is, you've done an investigation, you found that it's valid, you found there's been some misconduct. Where does that answer go and who does what with it?
It all goes back to the chief. Whether we vote to change a disposition or we agree with the disposition that's recommended from the investigation, it all goes to the chief for final decision and for next steps.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further,
Thank you,
Mr.
Counselor.
Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Dilk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no other questions. I appreciate both of you coming this evening.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Ethan Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have one question. So is there, I know you'd referenced putting the officer's information into the database once the complaints have been filed and gone through the information. So is there anything that can be done to investigate officers that have come up in your system if they had if they had complaints against them by multiple people after complaints had been made, even if some of the complaints hadn't been sustained, but there had been multiple complaints filed in a row against the same officer?
That is a fantastic question, Counselor Evans. And I'll leave the details for Chief to explain later. So I would ask you to hold that question for Chief. But what I will say is the new system that IMPD switched to has some early warning triggers with the blue team reporting process that will allow that officer's supervisor to note if there's multiple complaints that have come from whatever avenue, whether it be the complaint board or a citizen just called IMPD to complain against that officer. And once that early warning trigger has been triggered, then the officer's supervisor, I believe, will schedule some coaching to figure out, to get to the bottom of the problem and provide some coaching and training around that issue.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question. Dwayne, are there any legal resources available to the board and offered to any of the citizens coming in with the complaints?
So the board, our council is represented by City Legal.
I need you guys to mute your phones, please. President Ingram?
Okay. Still got that echo. Okay, thank you. So our board is represented by City Legal, and we have the weight of City Legal behind our decisions and our counsel. But relative to the complainants, we do not provide resources to complainants as far as legal aid or legal support. We do not discourage it, but we just typically don't have a position on that either.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Graves?
Let me just add, Chairman Robinson, let me just add that we in the on the operations side, we always let the citizens know that if they do not agree with any aspect of what we're doing, if they don't agree with the decision of the board, that they have the right to seek further action. And that's a sort of a standard in any court of law. They tell people that if you don't agree with the decision, that you have the right to seek further action.
Thank you. Counselor Graves? Counselor Holliday, comments or questions?
No, sir, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lastieri, comments or questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Minority Leader Mallory, comments or questions?
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Counselor
Mr. Chairman,
Oliver.
I'm sorry.
Who? Counselor Oliver.
No comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor Oliver. Counselor Graves, you're back in line.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to know if there are any other changes that we can anticipate coming in this citizens complaint review process.
I'll take that question, and I'll thank Executive Director Bevan and President Ingram for their time today and for listening and for sharing their updates. Councilor Graves, as I stated at the beginning, this was an update process for the Citizens Police Complaint Board in an effort to share with the public what we've been working on and also to get input and thoughts from the councilors. So as Councilor Adnay stated, he'll be having offline conversations with myself and with Ms. Bevins and with President Ingram. So the purpose of the day was update the community on what we're working on, some concrete things we have in place, and also for the community and for the council to see where we are and how they can provide input. So this is not final, but we're moving quickly to get something on the table and put in ordinance. So if you have suggestions, feel free to reach out to myself, President Ingram, and or Executive Director Bevan. So with that, thank you both for joining us this evening for the update. We will be moving on to our agenda with Prosecutor Ryan Mears, Marion County Prosecutor. And Prosecutor Mears, you there?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank Ms. Clerk, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. It's not a problem. I just wanted to let you know that there was, at this time, no public comment for this portion of the agenda.
Good, thank you. And I'm so glad that I asked you early to remind me to do that.
My pleasure.
And also be on the lookout for comments for Prosecutor Mears and or for Chief Randall Taylor. Prosecutor Mears, as we spoke earlier today, we've had a lot of concerns, a lot of questions come about on a variety of different topics. Of course, one being the Mr. Reed incident, one being the officers that were on the viral video that were clearly abusing and mistreating the young lady and her friend at the protests, the images that were posted via the media, which it's not your fault, but the images were posted from the media regarding the 9 African Americans and the one white individual that was in the criminal charge being filed against. And then lastly, your decision to prosecute or not prosecute some of the protesters. So those are all the things that I have to ask you this evening. So we'd like to hear from you today, an update on all those topics, and then we'll have counselors and the public weigh in. Prosecutor Mears, thank you for all you've done up to this point to serve our city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to address this committee, and it's very nice to see everybody. I wish it was in person, but we'll make the best of the situation. First of all, as it relates to the protesters that we did not file on, I think it's incredibly important for everybody in the community to understand where we are coming from on that. I wanted to send a very clear message to the community and law enforcement as well. If people come downtown and they want to exercise their right to protest, if they want to demonstrate, that we're going to protect those rights and we're going to empower people to make sure that their message is heard. I think it's very important that all of us recognize that people are protesting the criminal justice system. And I think it's really, really important how the criminal justice system responds to those protests. And I don't think we can send a better message to the community as a whole who has concerns about the criminal justice system than using the rule of law to protect those individuals and respect their right to protest, which is what we did when we made the decision to no-file those cases. Just so everybody's clear, we no-filed 102 of those arrests. Of that, 48 of those individuals were African-American. The rest of those individuals were a combination of white and Hispanic when we made the decision to no-file. And again, that was nonviolent protesters who came downtown, individuals who were creating havoc, who were harming other people or damaging businesses, breaking into businesses. We absolutely prosecuted those individuals. We filed a murder charge related to a shooting that took place on Monument Circle. The defendant in that particular case is white. We have filed charges against 25 individuals as it's related to the incidents that took place downtown. 16 of those individuals are African-American, 9 of those individuals are white. We will continue to look at and address any situations or topics that come up as we receive additional information. I know there was a ton of damage downtown, and we want to be proactive in addressing any violence that took place or any property loss that occurred, and we'll process those cases. They're sent to our office. On top of that, I think it's just important that all of us just be mindful of what's going on in our country and some of the concerns that people have with the criminal justice system. And it's important that we be proactive to address those concerns that exist, not only here in Marion County, but around the country. And, you know, I think committees like this and groups like this are a good way to do that. The question about the officers with the baton case, that a criminal investigation was opened up by IMPD yesterday. First thing this morning, I met with the detective who's been assigned to investigate that matter. And we have begun the investigative process on that particular case starting today from the criminal standpoint. There was an internal affairs investigation, which is separate from any criminal investigation. But the actual beginning of a criminal investigation, it was referred to our office yesterday. First thing this morning, I met with the detective, personally met with the detective on that case to go over what we were looking for, things that were going to be important to us as we make a decision about whether or not charges are appropriate or not. And I'm hopeful that I'll be in a position to let the community know, let the council know what decision we reach on those facts. Did I miss anything? Mr. President, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry about that. So I'm aware there's a special prosecutor. I'm sure I'm aware of the limitations on what you can say about the Mr. Reed case, but you may want to share with the public where you are and your thoughts on that regarding next steps with the special prosecutor.
Yeah, so I think the most important thing that I want people to know, I think anytime you request a special prosecutor, it's important that our office acts decisively, which we did in this case. You know, we immediately identified a potential conflict because Chief Taylor is going to be a material witness on the case. The interaction between Mr. Reed and law enforcement started with the chief. So we immediately requested a special prosecutor. From there, that kind of takes me out of the equation. I'm more than happy to provide any support that the special prosecutor may want or need. But I'm not really in a position to participate in really any meaningful way because the person who makes this decision ultimately needs to be independent of our office. And so I want to give that prosecutor, the special prosecutor, the room to do whatever they think is appropriate under the circumstances.
And I thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I do have two quick questions. The first one relates to this case with the special prosecutor. Again, I understand this, though this is for the public. Will the special prosecutor have their own independent investigators investigating this case, or will they be using IMPD officers?
It's my understanding that the special prosecutor is going to work with the Indiana State Police to address that very concern. So there is a level of independence and impartiality to the investigation.
Thank you, Prosecutor. And the last question for me before we go to our council members is a larger question. When we see video footage of officers doing some of the things we've seen in the last few weeks that are inappropriate to go outside of their use of force policy, why is there a delay in their arrest? If that was a common citizen that we saw beating someone with a baton and shooting them with a canister or whatever, if we saw that of a common citizen on a video, they'd be arrested immediately. Why is it different? And this may be for the chief, but why is that so different across the country, also here in Indianapolis, for police officers?
And I think that's one of the challenges and frustrations that the community feels when they see videos that they think the conduct is outside of what is reasonable under the circumstances. You know, I think there's a lot of challenges with police officers investigating themselves in terms of what's the most appropriate way to do that. And I think oftentimes police departments and prosecutors' office as well proceed with an abundance of caution to try to make sure that they do everything correctly in the right way. And that probably in some aspects slows down the investigative process. You know, in terms of arresting someone or taking someone into custody, that's an IMPD decision. And I'll probably defer to the chief to have him kind of walk through what their process is when they receive complaints.
Thank you. So he's up next. So, but you do understand the optics publicly. If that was Leroy Robinson beating a citizen with batons and tackling her and throwing her down and all that, I will be arrested immediately for that. Wouldn't be no investigation until I'm in jail. So that's just the opposite. Again, that'll be for the chief. So that's ultimately up to IMPD to determine whether that person is arrested or put on desk duty or suspended or whatever right away.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. With that, comments or questions from our counselors? Counselor Oliver. I'm starting from the back of the, from the roll call list. Council Oliver, caught you off guard? Minority Leader Mowry, comments or questions for Prosecutor Mears? Minority Leader Mowry, Councilor Oliver, can you guys hear me? I'm thinking, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So again, we'll go up next to our agenda with Councilor Mascari, comments or questions, Prosecutor Mears.
Thanks for changing this up. I thought it was going to have to be last. Real quickly, the incident on the circle where the lady practically ran over someone, where does that stand? Is that in your hands now?
Yes, so that matter was referred to us, and I would anticipate an update on that case tomorrow.
Okay, my next question is the looting and the breakage of glass. Have you caught very many people with that? Are you prosecuting these people?
Yeah, absolutely. We've charged, I believe, at this point, it's up to 14 individuals who were caught breaking into various stores and taking items from those stores. So we've charged 14 individuals for burglary for that conduct, and then we charged a number of other individuals for, as I mentioned, the murder, and then as well as criminal mischief, which is essentially vandalizing property, as well as some interactions with law enforcement where people were throwing rocks or bottles or things of that nature at law enforcement. We did file some of those charges as well.
But, that's something the media hasn't picked up. We've heard about all the looting, and that's all they talk about. The protests they need to be done, but the looting is wrong. So hopefully the media picks up the fact that you are going after these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mascari. Councilor Holliday, comments or questions, sir?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Graves, comments or questions for Prosecutor Mears?
Yes, sir. How are you there, Prosecutor Mears?
We're hanging in there.
Awesome. I just got a quick question for you. During this period of this era that we're in, things have changed in our country tremendously over the last few weeks. What has changed in your office just in the last few weeks in regards to this overwhelming newfound desire to be fair in regards to unarmed Black men that are handled by or charged by police officers? They found themselves in your office. Are you going to review anything that has come before you, or just maybe tell me what has changed in your office?
Well, I think number one, the protests are great from the standpoint of they raise the level of awareness about these issues and the challenges that we face. And I think it also is a clear demonstration that there's a large segment of our community and the country as a whole who doesn't have a ton of confidence in the criminal justice system. And we, as members of the criminal justice system who participate in the criminal justice system, need to be proactive to see what we can do to help try to restore that trust. So, I mean, I think that's the first issue that jumps out to me, is it sent a clear message to me and everybody who works in the prosecutor's office that people are saying business as usual is no longer good enough. And so, internally, we've had discussions about, okay, where are areas that we can improve to send a message to the community that the Marion County Prosecutor's Office is going to be independent of law enforcement, that we're going to be independent of political pressure. And if we're confronted with difficult cases, even if that case might involve a police officer, we're going to be in a position to stand up for what's in the best interest of the community. And how do we convey that to the community? And so I think the best thing that we can do is just do our job and do our job really well in a way that's independent of everything everything else that's going on, and making sure that we focus on the facts. But from a policy standpoint, it's also a good reminder that we need to make sure that we have procedural safeguards in place for how we file cases, how we review cases, And so one of the things that we've been working on is contacting people outside of the state of Indiana to say, how do you handle these types of situations and cases? When you have an officer involved shooting, what's the best practice? When you have a complaint of excessive force, what's the best way to handle those? And so we want to have a clearly defined policies, especially as it relates to excessive force, that the whole community can see and see these are the steps that we're going to go through before we make a determination. And I think that's one of the things that we can do. I think that's particularly important with body cameras coming online. I think the number of use of force complaints is going to increase because I think there's a lot of people right now who don't file those complaints because they say to themselves, it's my word against the word of a police officer. It's not worth it. I think they're going to say, hey, the video might help me. And so because of that, I think the number of those complaints is going to increase. And we have to be prepared to respond to the concerns the community has and the increase in the number of complaints that I anticipate that we'll see.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. One more question, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes, Counselor.
So basically, Mr. Prosecutor, you know, from the looks of it, from many people that I've encountered, it just appears that America finally has taken off these rose-colored glasses that they've been wearing. They've come out of their yards and they finally said, unfortunately, it was May 25th of 2020, but it was wrong then, it was wrong in the past. Do you think that there is a possibility that you can go back and people, officers that were previously acquitted for wrongdoing, whether it was just some violent harm or murder of these Black men, do you believe that there's any way to go back and and bring those cases open those cases up, and perhaps you just review them?
Yeah, so it depends what stage of the process those cases were in. It certainly, if someone was acquitted, then double jeopardy would prevent us from doing anything about those issues. And if we've ever requested a special prosecutor on a case, that case still remains with a special prosecutor. If there are situations where we have not made a final determination and it's within the statute of limitations, I'm always happy to take a look at those cases and say, hey, let's take a look at the facts of this case, and maybe it does make sense to revisit this and say, does it make sense to potentially file a charge? But we are going to be limited by what a special prosecutor has previously said. If something was taken through the grand jury and a grand jury has made a determination on that case, we can't do anything about those cases either. And then we have the limitations of the statute of limitations. But if you have a specific instance, or if there's something that you think we need to take a look at, we will absolutely do that.
Nothing specifically, Mr. Prosecutor, but thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Prosecutor Mears. Counselor Jared Evans, comments or questions for the prosecutor? You're on mute, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that, letting me know there. Prosecutor Mears, I just want to tell you thank you, and I appreciate your professionalism and attention to this. You've brought in what I believe to be a new wind of energy to this process that we haven't seen in the past. And so I'm looking forward to the transparency that you've already provided and continue to provide for the counselors and the city as a whole. And I think you're the right man for the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Ethan Evans, comments or questions for the prosecutor?
Thank you, Chairman Lewis, and thank you, Prosecutor Mears, and thank you for starting the investigations into the incidents that happened over the protests with the police involving the batons and the women that were pushed to the ground. That's very important, and pursuit of justice. I wanted to ask, and I believe might have been Councilor Graves that started on it, about the investigation into previous cases. And I had a couple specific ones. Eleanor Northington was a woman who was experiencing mental illnesses last year when police were called, and she was having a crisis situation in a church. And it was back in February, I believe, of 2019. And they resolved the case, and IMPD resolved it. I don't believe there was ever an investigation by the prosecutor's office last year about it. So that would be one I would be interested in having looked at again. And then Christopher Goodloe was back in December of 2015, was another person who was experiencing mental health issues. And that was on video from back then as well. And just one other question. I wanted to know if the prosecutor's office is investigating the officer who struck and killed Ashlyn Lisby the same night as Strayshawn Reed was killed. And I know that they had released the officer's name the day after of the incident, and they seemed like they had declared that the investigation had determined that the tox screen and everything was complete within days, that he hadn't been drunk or on anything. But to me, it seemed like that was a very quick turnaround for something like that, to determine that nothing had been happening. And I'm not saying that anything was, it just, I wanted to make sure that, everything was fine in that case. And, it was just an accident. A terrible accident, obviously.
And I know that we were contacted the night that incident occurred. I don't think that there was ever a formal criminal investigation opened up in that case. And so I will follow up and see if what the status of that is, and if they are going to open up a criminal investigation.
All right, thank you.
Any additional comments or questions, Counselor?
No, that's all for now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Counselor Dilk, comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments at this time.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Boots, comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I do want to extend my appreciation to Prosecutor Mears for how you've, I think, removed some of the fog of a lack of transparency and really bringing back a renewed level of faith in what's going on in our city. My specific question, though, is when I hear the numbers that have been arrested as a result of the recent events, and you said that there were over 102 no-filed cases. From the numbers you just tossed out, that's roughly 80% of the cases. To me, that begs the question. 80% of the cases are being dismissed. What were they arrested for in the first place?
Officers, colleagues at the command district.
So the vast majority of those cases which we did not file were disorderly conduct cases, which is a B misdemeanor. In some of those, I think there were some challenges to filing those cases. And so that was the vast majority of the ones that we ended up not filing were individuals who were arrested on disorderly. I'm a big believer that when people come down to protest, that we need to protect that right. And certainly if there were not facts in the probable cause affidavit that supported a charge, we weren't going to file that. But I also, from a policy standpoint, I just think it's bad policy to file against protesters when they are protesting the criminal justice system, and in particular the inadequacies of the criminal justice system, to then turn around and hit them with charges. I don't think that accomplishes anything. I don't think that furthers the discussion. And ultimately, I don't think it makes our community a safer place.
And I agree with that, but would you also not take the next step and say, why are they being arrested in the first place? That you talk about yes, if I were arrested, thank you for not charging me, but why in the heck was I arrested in the first place? That, I think, is what is the issue and what really undermines the trust that the public currently has in our police force.
And I'm hopeful that we'll do an after action, whether it's through this committee or with IMPD or others, where we can have those discussions and we can walk through, okay, why did we end up taking these particular people into custody? I think that's something the public would benefit from seeing, and all of us would, probably have a better appreciation, understanding of some of the decisions that were made over those days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Booth. Thank you, Councilor Booth. Councilor Barth, comments or questions, Prosecutor Mears?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment and one question. Prosecutor Mears, I did have the opportunity last week to have a lot of my constituents who live on Ruckle ask me to come meet with them, and in a backyard, in a socially distant way, I had to learn to project very loudly to communicate in a backyard. But these neighbors had a lot of thoughts, both on the use of force policy that I'll communicate to the chief here in a minute, but also on the prosecutions and who would be prosecuted and who wouldn't. They had a lot of concern that you just addressed along the lines of why would anybody be prosecuted for using their right to protest? And so I don't need to ask you that question because thank you, you answered it, and I totally support that. My question would be, you mentioned earlier the body cams, and I know there have been challenges in other jurisdictions with using that data when it's been recorded, and a lot of times getting access to that data and having it presented has been a challenge as well. It sounds like you've already thought through all that, but can you just give like a thumbnail about what the challenges are so folks can understand when these come online? It's not necessarily a panacea of results, but there's also legal complications that come with it.
Sure. Yeah. And the first challenge is always the pragmatic reality of wherever the body cameras, located on a given officer, it may not depict a scene in its entirety, or might miss an incident. And I think from the legal standpoint, I think it's important for everybody to recognize that there's a statute on the books, a state statute that governs the release of that information in terms of when that information can be disseminated, how can it be shared with the public, when it can be shared with the public. And I think that needs to be an important part of any discussion moving forward as we kind of get further into body cams. And so that's another challenge that we are going to face. I feel like we're in a pretty good position to handle the body camera issue just because Lawrence, our partners in Lawrence, already have body cameras. And so we're used to presenting that information at trial. It's incredibly helpful in evaluating facts and allowing the jurors and the community as a whole to understand what officers are dealing with, what they are confronting. But it also doesn't necessarily depict everything that's going on from every angle. And ultimately, at the end of the day, people have to trust what they are seeing. And that goes back to our issue of we need to continue to restore trust in law enforcement. And we can't take that issue for granted and say, well, we have body cameras now. We don't need to continue to work in the community to build that trust.
Yeah, I agree. Your last point is spot on. And that's sort of the genesis of my question, is that my concern is that we're appropriately going to move forward with body cams, not broad enough. I think it's up to the council to take the action to expand the use of body cams in future budgets. But I think there'll be a lot of education that will need to come at a later date as to how body cams work and what can actually be used. So you hit that. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Counselor. I wouldn't have touched you, Counselor. I saw you protesting.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Arnay, comments or questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Prosecutor, when you made the decision to decline criminal charges for non-violent protesters, was it before or after IMPD made their arrests May 29th, 30th, and 31st, as well as before or after the curfew was announced? So you came out Monday, June 1st, to announce that you, in fact, would not be, you'd be declining criminal charges. So was that, again, before or after those 3 nights of arrests?
Yeah, so one of the first things that we said is we reviewed it on a case-by-case basis, and we looked at the facts of every single case that was outlined by in the reports that was provided by the officers. And if the report said that people were effectively on the street and not doing anything else, we didn't file the case. So we read every single one of those. This was not a blanket policy decision. We looked at every single one of those cases.
So when IMPD, when we all watched, I'm sure from our homes, the issues that we were having downtown, again, Friday, May 29th, Saturday the 30th, and then into the morning of Sunday the 30th. Did you think to yourself on Friday, May 29th, that we won't be filing charges?
I thought to myself, it depends what's submitted to us. To me, in these types of situations, you have to review things that are submitted to us by the officers who were on the ground reporting what was occurring. And you know, if you'd like, I can send you some of the probable cause affidavits or reports so you can review and see the information that was submitted to us. But yeah, we looked at everything on a case-by-case basis and said, hey, are people breaking things? Are they hurting someone else? Or are they just downtown? And if the answer was they're just downtown, we said that's not good enough and we weren't going to file it.
And I understand that, and I was just again curious whether or not when you came out Monday, June 1st, and said we will not be, you know, filing charges. I just wonder if you knew that, you know, Friday the 29th, and just why maybe was that not communicated at a sooner date. My second question would be, when did you contact, or did you contact the police chief and others to make them aware of your intentions?
To not file the cases?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have a conversation with the chief prior to announcing our decision not to file case charges.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Ine. We'll go back to the beginning of our order. Councilor Oliver, comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mears, someone exercising a free speech, and the crowd is pretty settled, and then their language tends to get everybody excited, and the language become more aggressive, and the crowd gets in a frenzy, and the individual is stirring it up, and then someone in the crowd runs and breaks a window. And where's the free speech? Where does it end at when that person complicit? That it goes back to about a week ago when we were told that we've been infiltrated, that outsiders, insiders had came into the peaceful protests and was doing and saying the kind of things that would whip up a frenzy and encourage wrongdoing, up to and including looting, et cetera, et cetera. Is that person implicit? If so, was anyone arrested, and where's the line drawn at on free speech?
Yeah, so that's a great law school question, Councilor Oliver. You know, I think the first issue is, you know, in our country, you have most speech is protected. And so that's the first thing that all of us need to recognize and understand, is that most forms of expression are going to be protected by the Constitution. You know, now you don't have a right to, you know, do certain things. And if you aid, induce, or cause someone to commit a crime, then you can be held criminally liable. And that would apply to someone who is encouraging people to break things or destroy things. Those individuals could absolutely be criminally charged. Outside of that, though, if people are expressing themselves, their disdain for the criminal justice system or their thoughts on the prosecutor's office or IMPD, and maybe they express it in a way that's not safe for kids, that's protected speech under the Constitution. And you know, that's the way it always has been, the way it probably always should be. And so we don't really, in our country, we don't really get into the area of judging speech. Everybody has the right to express themselves, as long as that expression doesn't infringe on other people's rights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Oliver. Thank you, Prosecutor Mears. And Councilor Mowry, we missed you the first time around. Councilor Mowry, comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I was having some issues on my end. Kind of piggybacking a little bit on Councilor Renee's question. Was there much conversation with yourself, Prosecutor Mears, and the administration? Because it seemed just odd to me that they enact a curfew and then we're told a couple days later that, well, you know, don't worry about it. We're not going to prosecute you anyway as long as you're peaceful protesting.
Is there a question?
So yeah, was there or is there any kind of communication with yourself and the administration to be on the same page? Because to me, it didn't seem like you guys were much on the same page.
Yeah, so I didn't have any prior heads up from anybody about the curfew that was enacted on Sunday. The decision on not filing charges on Monday, that decision was based on activities that took place largely on Friday and Saturday when the curfew was not in effect. So those are two independent issues. The decision not to file for the people who were nonviolent protesters on Friday and Saturday when no curfew was in effect. We didn't file that, but no, I was not given a heads up from the administration on the curfew on Sunday. And then obviously the curfew violation is a separate conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mallory. Councilor Carlino, comments or questions for the prosecutor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions at this time, but thank you to Prosecutor Mears for making himself available and for all the work he's done thus far. Excellent work.
Good. We'll do a quick final roll call for counselors. And if you have no further questions, just indicate that. And then we'll go to the public. Councilor Arnay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick point of clarification. So there was no conversation with the police chief up to June 1st with regards to declining decision to decline criminal charges. So following on Councilor Mallory, what was the reason you didn't discuss this with the administration? So they didn't give you a heads up, so you decided not to give them a heads up. Was it a tit for tat, or what was the reason?
So I guess I had a conversation with Chief Taylor that Monday. Your question was, did I tell him prior to the decision not to file charges? I did not call him and say, hey, I'm not filing charges on these cases. After that decision was announced, Chief Taylor and I spoke.
Thank you, Prosecutor Mears. And again, my question was just when did you contact him? And then
that Monday.
I think you answered my second question. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get back.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Barth, comments or questions?
Nothing more from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boots.
I am fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dilk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions from me.
Thank you, Councilor Ethan Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to thank Prosecutor Mears for the process of trying to reduce the amount of nonviolent and low-level offenders in the jail throughout the last year and a half. And thank you for the harm reduction movement that's been going on in the city. And hopefully by not filing those charges on the nonviolent protesters, that has continued and has reduced the ability of people to get COVID-19 in the jails as well. So hopefully that will continue as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Jared Evans.
No questions from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Graves.
Mr. Prosecutor, is there any way that we can compel the special prosecutor to give us an update on the Treshawn Reed case?
Yeah, so there's no legal mechanism to do that, but it's my hope that the special prosecutor will be responsive and sensitive to the concerns of the community and would be willing to come forward voluntarily with an update.
To this body?
Councilor Graves?
To this committee?
Councilor Graves, we have zero, and I mean zero authority over the special prosecutor and what she decides to do.
I would think the people would want to know where we stand with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Additional comments or questions from Councilor Holliday?
Mr. Chairman, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Mascari?
Nothing at this time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mallory.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Oliver.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Do you have any final comments or questions for the prosecutor?
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Carlino. Any comments or questions final for the prosecutor?
Not today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Are there any public comments and or questions for the prosecutor?
No, not at this time.
Prosecutor, thank you for your time, for your commitment to our city, and echoing what Councilor Ethan Evans said. Thank you for helping us to reduce the numbers in our jails, and primarily with the disparity in incarceration of Black and Brown sisters and brothers in our city. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, and anytime you need me, let me know.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
And again, thank you, councilors, for your patience. We're about 2 hours into our meeting. And if we were in person, I would buy you guys pizza, but unfortunately, you're at home, so my apologies. We are up next with our final presenter for today, and that's Chief Randall Taylor of IMPD. Operations Corporation Counsel, Donnie Morgan, and Special Counsel to the Mayor, Tim Moriarty, will be speaking on a variety of different issues, including the demonstrations that took place over the last few weeks, the Drayshawn Reed case, the release of the name of the officer today, the use of force board, the incident that went viral on the circle with the young lady and her friend that was beaten with a baton. Chief, you guys have a lot to share this evening, but also with the Police Citizen Complaint Board from earlier, there were a few comments and questions in there that we had some concerns about and wanted to get information from as well. So I'll let you all introduce yourselves to the committee and to the public and allow you guys to share what you want to share in updates. And then we'll go to our committee members and then to the public. Chief Taylor.
For the invite. I'll do my best to satisfy your questions. I do have with me Assistant Chief Bailey to my left and also Deputy Chief Kendall Adams to my right that may chime in from time to time in order to fill in any blanks that may exist. So let me start first with the demonstrators. Obviously, it's been a unique time in Indianapolis, beginning last Friday. To our records, which are a flowing number, there were 123 arrests. I cannot give you the breakdown on what those particular charges were, but I think Prosecutor Mears has already commented on some of those on the disorderly conduct charges that he ultimately dismissed. I would like to say at the beginning that I believe our officers acted in good faith when they made those arrests. I was not made aware of any deficiencies in the probable cause affidavits until probably Tuesday or Wednesday is when I think I spoke with Prosecutor Mears. At 123 arrests, 14 of those were out of or 14 of those were outside of Indianapolis, people that lived outside of Indianapolis. There was 12 people in that group that would not tell us their home or said they were homeless. And I did not chart any race or sex for those. Now, those numbers can come as we continue to move on with this, but I do not have them at my disposal at this time. Let me say for the record, when we did go to the curfew on Sunday and really subsequent days, we did not have the same issues that we had as Friday and Saturday with the protesters. Matter of fact, the arrests dropped dramatically. I was fortunate enough to participate in one of the protests for Mr. Floyd that was going on here during the day behind the City County building last week, and found them to be boisterous about their concerns with that issue, but very much in line. And I sit and took a knee with them along with some other members of my staff to show support for that. Again, we have no problem with people exercising their First Amendment rights. Many people came down to this downtown and did an excellent job, and I applaud them for that, and I thank them for that. However, there were a few people that got out of line and did commit crimes that had to do with the disorderly conduct and also defacing properties and violence to other persons and threats of violence to our officers. We did have, I think, about 3 or 4 officers that were injured. Fortunately, none of them seriously. I think what this shows is that Indianapolis residents and even people outside of Indianapolis can come downtown and protest peacefully, and there's not an issue with us and them. I will tell you that as different concerns came about with how protesters or demonstrators were treated, we've already had meetings with a few groups. As a matter of fact, just earlier today, we met with Malik Muhammad and Dee Ross in order to get their opinions on how things went and things that we need to change. So in my 6 months as chief of this department, I put a number of things in place that had to do with racial diversity. But in this very trying time of concerns that citizens have with the police department, like I said, I've already met with groups in order to see what we can do better and how we can mend those fences for our relationships with them. Totally understand where they're coming from. As a Black man, I understand some of that more than most, and maybe not as well as others. But my commitment is and will remain to be that we treat our citizens with the utmost respect, and we're willing to listen, acknowledging that we're not perfect and we do make mistakes from time to time. But we have a great police department with great officers that are committed, and I imagine that will continue. So let me share one of the other concerns, our policy that has to do with riot control agents. We only use those riot control agents during riots where violent crowds are causing life-threatening conditions. These agents can cause respiratory discomfort, itching, burning sensation on the skin, and tearing of the eyes. Their primary goal is to disperse the crowd, to stop the violent actions of those who are causing these life-threatening actions. Riot control agents are always a last resort and have never been used on peaceful protesters or protests that violated the law but did not cause life-threatening actions. Now, I will tell you, I'm sure there's people that are going to come and say we were a peaceful group and we got these riot control agents launched at us or used on us. And I will tell you that I have spoken to a number of groups about that, and I've apologized for the way that that agent tends to drift through the air and sometimes comes in contact with people that were indeed being peaceful. However, those were launched at people that weren't operating within the guidelines that had been agreed upon and were indeed violating law, and that's when they were launched. However, like I said, those agents tend to disperse people, but they're not specific in nature, so we can't use those on a particular target group and know that it's going to stay right there on that particular target group. The goal for us really, like I said, is only use those in violent acts. We had a church group, I know that was down on the circle at one time, where I believe someone was defacing the monument. The riot control agent was used, and it was actually kicked when it landed at the target group, actually kicked towards that other group of peaceful protesters. I spoke with the minister of that church. He was very understanding. Again, I apologize to him for that. That's not the desire. It's just an unfortunate effect that happens with those agents, like I said, when they're either kicked in a different direction or they drift with the wind. But we had a great conversation, really, at that point, and I thought it went well. And I believe a far majority of his congregation also understood that it was not intentional. Let me now go to the video that everyone seems to be talking about with the ERG group and the pecan strikes. If you saw that video, or if you've heard my comments, you would know that the first words out of my mouth were I didn't like what I saw. I didn't like how that tactic was used in that particular scenario. And I said to the public at that time that I would launch an internal affairs investigation into the legitimacy of that whole incident. That investigation is still ongoing. I hope to hear something about it soon. I think there may be some confusion as to how the criminal investigation got launched, but we'll cross that as we go. Mr. Mears will review that and make his own decision on whether or not he feels that was criminal in nature and the charges are going to be filed. And if that is the case, then we, of course, will add that to our internal affairs investigation, which is still ongoing. I have not heard from the young lady. I don't know if she's actually made a complaint, but in this case, I really didn't need her to make the complaint. I saw what I saw, and I'm doing my best to try to address that. I don't know at this time if those tactics were within department policy or not. All I know is it looked bad, and I would rather us train to some type of different tactic to use on a single female in that situation when we had other officers that could have stepped in.
Chief?
I would like to also talk. Yes, go ahead.
The Chief, I normally don't interrupt presentations though, but I want to put a pin in that spot right there. And I'll let you continue, then we'll get to the councilors, because I asked the prosecutor this question. If that was Leroy Robinson with the baton wielding, hitting a individual female like that, or spraying her with that beanbag thing you guys use, with that video, I'll be arrested on site. Why is it that officers aren't arrested when things like that appear? Why they get these suspensions? Why they get the desk duty? Why aren't officers arrested immediately after things like that versus a common citizen? That's a complaint I get the most of from citizens, is that why when officers do something like that, they get desk duty, suspension without pay, very rarely incarcerated, but if that was a regular citizen, they get arrested. How does that work? And why does it work then?
A regular citizen is not operating as a police officer. As a police officer trying to effect an arrest with a subject that resists, there are certain things that happen. Like I said, I didn't like the way it looked, but it doesn't necessarily make it illegal. So if Leroy Robinson gets out there and does it, you're right, he is going to be arrested. But even though police officers are doing those things, we still investigate those. Like I said, the day that started, I did that. But I have to go by guidelines. I have to make sure that officers are not operating within policy. If they're not operating within policy, then there's going to be a discipline that comes out of that. But that's why those are investigated, because I have an obligation to the citizens of this city, but I also have an obligation to the officers of this department to do thorough investigations. They've been removed from the detail that they had, so I don't believe the citizens of Indianapolis are in any danger of them at this time. But I do owe it to the officers to investigate that. And trust me, if there is something that comes out of that investigation, then there will be a discipline that comes. And now we have the additional possibility of criminal charges if that's what Mr. Mears decides to do.
Thank you, Chief. And I will make this final comment and let you continue. You mentioned the word resisting arrest. She clearly had her arms to her side, clearly did not move. Even when she was being hit with the baton, she didn't raise her arm to even protect herself. So I just wanted, I'm sure you saw that as well. So I just want to put that out there that she was clearly not resisting arrest.
Well, we must have a different video, because I did indeed see a person resist arrest, and that's why the officers made their move. I'm willing to talk to you offline about that if you like, but the video that I saw clearly showed that. But I'm not negating, again, how it looked. Like I said, I wouldn't have launched the internal investigation if I didn't have concerns with what I saw.
Thank you, Chief.
So there's a lot of talk I've heard on defunding the police department to different degrees. I will tell you that certainly would not be my recommendation. I'm not saying that just because I'm the chief of police. I'm saying that because I would agree that we need to try to locate the best we can additional funds for like public health and safety, which may be well suited to address some of the issues in the community as far as violence is concerned. I don't like the numbers that I see when I look at murders, but I know that a lot of those numbers have more to do with people's inability to maybe deal with life situations. I want to make sure that the community gets that kind of help. I just don't agree with taking money out of public safety in order to accomplish that. Not against it, like I said. There's books that are written on these kind of things that are popular right now, and I would agree with some of those things that are said in providing money to people who are struggling with different things, whether it's poverty, whether it's education, whether it's jobs, whatever. I would agree more money needs to be funneled to those people that can help out, those groups that can help out in that situation. However, I do have officers, whether people believe it or not, that do a great job, put their lives on the line every day to make sure people are safe. And I will agree, we're not perfect. Law enforcement across the country is not perfect. But I think if you're honest with yourself, you'll find the far majority of them, especially here in Indianapolis, are doing the best they can, and they're not violating people's rights, and they're trying to keep people safe, and they're trying to make a difference in the communities, any part of town that you live on. They do their work, and they do it well. And I think that we have to be very cautious about lumping every officer into one category. The public wouldn't want us to do that. We shouldn't do that. I think we're all in agreement that those kinds of things shouldn't happen. But I think that some of the danger that goes on here is things that have happened in other communities. Our officers get blamed for those things as well. Like I said, we're not perfect. We're striving to be our best. As your chief, I will do my best to make sure that we remove any of the bad seeds that could exist. But I also hope the public acknowledges that these are men and women that do great work day in and day out and are not there to cause you any harm or strife or violate your rights or not take into account your race or ethnicity or any of those kind of things. I will tell you that we have a use of force board, which I will discuss here, but before the use of force board, let me identify some of the changes that we're making to the use of force policy. So there's 8 of them. We've created a clear standard for the use of deadly force. We've updated our requirement for identification and warning before using deadly force. We prohibited the use of chokeholds. We've outlined clearly defined de-escalation requirements. We define an officer's duty to intervene and report when another officer uses inappropriate force. Prohibit shooting into moving vehicles. Required comprehensive reporting of lethal and non-lethal uses of force. And then clearly specified rules for using various levels of less lethal force. All those things combined, I think, as that policy is approved, will be put on our website for the public's view. That's what we try to do with everything that regulates the department, and I think that's a good practice to have. For the use of force board, I will tell you that for the first time, we have civilian participation, which would include their ability to not only voice their opinion on whether something was within those guidelines, but also the ability to hear everything that anyone else would hear, any of the sworn officers would hear on that board. And for further information on the use of force board, I'm going to turn some time over to Deputy Chief Kendall Adams.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilor Robinson. We have worked really hard to craft a policy around our use of force board that is inclusive, transparent, and provides legitimacy. And so we are continuing to work on that draft with stakeholders that continue to give us input on what that use of force board should look like. Currently, it sits at 4 civilians, but we're, again, talking with stakeholders to include the council about is that the right makeup. And so as we continue to progress with this policy, I imagine it will change, but we will be forthcoming about that information as we can.
Thank you. I'd also like to bring Assistant Chief Bailey up to speak for just a few.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councilors, the community that's listening. I appreciate your time listening to these important conversations. I think it's important to also recognize the positive things that this police department has done over the course of the last 3 to 5 years, for certain. But I can tell you from a personal standpoint, in my 22nd year of law enforcement, that this police department has made tremendous strides from when I was in the academy in 1999 until today, all around how we interact with people, our use of force, and using 21st century progressive policing tactics. And some of the things that we've done, I was one of the first officers many years ago to get crisis intervention training that was under the IPD. And since then, we've, as an agency, have done a great job of training, not all, but most of our agency, and especially all of our most recent recruit classes, in how to deal with those that are suffering from mental health crisis. We've built upon that same training with mental health first aid, another building block on how to give officers tools to recognize when someone is in crisis, and not only the people that we interact with, but our own officers and the people around us, and how their mental health is, because this is a taxing, trying profession. We see people sometimes at their very worst in some very terrible situations, day in and day out, and we have to remember the wellness and mental health of our officers too, and recognize when one of our sisters or brothers is in a similar crisis. And so that's also one of the big things that has changed over the course of my 22 years, and I think both of the men to my right will say the same thing, that it's now more commonplace for our officers to say when they need help than ever before. And we have a national model when it comes to officer wellness here in Indianapolis, that so much so that the people that are in that unit travel around the country providing presentations on how to take care of officer wellness and health. We created several years ago the behavioral health unit. Behavioral health unit matches an officer on the district with a clinician. They review all of our immediate detentions and take referrals both from the community and our officers to help interact with those in our community that our officers see on a routine basis that are in crisis. They may not raise to the level that we can take them into custody for treatment, but that they need follow-up and help with doing certain things. And that is active on every single one of our districts. We created the MCAT, the Mobile Crisis Team, that also pairs an officer and a clinician that actively respond to runs in progress of people that are having mental health crisis, in order to try to diffuse those situations, de-escalate them, and try to get that person the help they need. The officers that are involved in that wear a softer uniform, and they interact in a different way than maybe an officer that didn't have that same sort of training. I will also remind that one of the big things that was put on our agency by this council, and not this particular council, but the City County Council in Indianapolis, was requiring us to get CALIA certification, which is a national organization that certifies law enforcement agencies in national best practices and policy. It took us several years to do it, and a tremendous expense, but I'm happy to say that we're currently certified under that organization, and Deputy Chief Adams and his team work every 2 years to make sure that our policies are consistent with their requirements, and that we maintain that CALIA certification, which puts us in a top tier law enforcement agency in the country. After the unfortunate Aaron Bailey shooting, we implemented implicit bias training. I was able to participate in that with community members, which made our training even better than what we see in other parts of the country, because we got a perspective of what the community's the community's perspective is of police, and vice versa, and allow the officers and the community to interact and learn about each other, and how to better interact and how to better understand where each of us come from in our own experiences in the world. Chief Roach created the community district resource councils that he could use as a resource to find out what the pulse of the community is, and then interact with those folks to help make long-term change in our communities, both from a police community perspective and also from a crime reduction perspective. You heard a little bit about the use of force board and our progressive mindset there to make our agency come into line with other major cities and involve citizens in understanding the job of the police, but also having a say in the accountability. We've returned to beat-based policing, and the chief talked about defunding. One of the things that's sacrificed when our police department isn't funded at the level that it is. We saw what happened when the previous administration failed to hire police officers for multiple years, and what that did to us for a period of time that we're still recovering from, as far as learning how to beat police and be connected with our community. And the other thing is important for us is recruiting a diverse police force that reflects our community. And that's what we've really been striving on now. And we're hopeful that some of the things that have happened over the past couple of weeks did not hurt our ability to recruit diversity in our police department. But that's really important to us. And Chief Taylor's committed to that. Chief Roach committed a lot of time and effort into that. And that's just a quick review of some of the things that our agency has done well over the last years that I think that we need credit for.
So a couple other things just to add on to that. We have what's called a diversity and inclusion unit headed by Captain John Walton, whose goal really is to make sure that we're not only recruiting a diverse group of people, but that once they become members of the department, they're included in those decisions. We've often heard the example of being asked to the prom. Great to get asked to the prom, but if you're not asked to dance, then you miss it. That's what we're trying to do here with diversity and inclusion, and it's very important to us. Lastly, our community engagement group, headed by Major Ida Williams, has always been around. They're the ones that have the Police Athletic League under. They're the ones that also deal with gleaners and doing different food service events with the public. And not only them, but many officers in the districts do the same thing. I'm hoping that the community is aware that we do a lot of things that we don't publicize. We just do it because we know it's the right thing. But I'm hoping really that the community understands that we'll continue to do the right thing, even if it means we have to make some changes to policy or procedures or things like that. The police department is not stagnant. It's meant to grow and grow in ways that the community needs us to grow. We're certainly willing to do those things. I guess I would end my comments section by hoping people understand that I consider myself a man of faith. I believe honestly that God put me in this position for a reason, to be the impact that I need to be and can be for this community. I will never turn you away if we need to talk or discuss different things. All I ask is that you be respectful. I would ask the community, as my final thought, to consider a plan that I would like to put into place for having them commit a short video message to our officers on what they're going through, what are they feeling, in an effort to share with officers how they really feel, but do it in such a way that the officers can capture that emotion. So not venomous speak or anything like that, but truly your true heart. I would like the community to speak in such a way that they go about trying to convince officers of what they're feeling in an effort to help us to grasp onto those things and make sure that we don't cross down these paths with the violent demonstration part again. I'm willing to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Chief, Assistant Chief Bailey and Adams, for your time and your comments, and also to the men and women of IMPD for your work for our city. Chief, you want to make any comments? I know you released a name today of the officer, of the two officers involved in the Dre'Shawn Reed case. And I know you are likely to be a witness in the special prosecutor's case as well. But is there anything you care to say at this point to the family, the Reed family, the community, the activists that are calling for the officer to be fired? Any comments you want to share regarding that topic?
Sure. So I will tell you that I know the community wanted names earlier than this. I have to consider, like I said, I have to consider officer safety. When that incident first occurred, we knew that there were threats being made to multiple officers. Threats were made to me at one time as well. So we have to do a threat assessment, and Assistant Chief Bailey has been very good about keeping track of that. We believe that threat assessment is not the same as it was when it first happened. My intention was never to keep names of the officers involved indefinitely. I just wanted to make sure that threat assessment had indeed gone down. And I would hope with information that's put out and other information that'll be put out probably later on in the week, that people will handle that information responsibly and understand that, look, I'm not against you. I haven't made a decision on that case. We have a special prosecutor and the state police will do their investigation. When those things are completed, then I'll have further comment on where we stand as a department. But I hope people will understand that I withheld those names for a period of time due to concerns for officer safety. Now I believe we are in a better place, and that's why those names were now released.
Thank you, Chief. Did you talk about body cams at all, or?
I did not, but I certainly can.
Yeah, let's talk briefly about body cams, and then we'll open up to the committee.
Sure. So we've wanted body cams for a while. Unfortunately, you probably heard me say before, really the city technology infrastructure, we didn't believe would be able to support that. We had a body cam test phase back out a couple of years ago, and we didn't feel we could support it. Fortunately, the technology infrastructure has changed, and we've been working on this for over a year now. I believe we've got a good vendor. Thanks to the council's help and the mayor's help, we've got money to purchase those, and we're looking to have those cameras at least begin to be passed out to our officers sometime probably late July, early August. We're taking care of the contractual part of that right now, but we're looking to have that. You know, we've talked to a number of the officers, and they would like them too, and we know the community wants them. So we're looking forward to implementing those here shortly.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now open up to our committee members. And again, councilors, we'll do 2 questions on this first round, and then we'll have a second round and finish up for your final comments or questions to the Chief, the Assistant Chief Adams R. Bailey. Councilor Carlino, comments or questions for the Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chief. Good to see all of you. Thank you for all of your work this week. My question is about crowd dispersing mechanisms. What, other than agents that cause bodily harm, do we have in our arsenal that we could use to deploy and disperse crowds? And what is sort of the hierarchy that we use to determine what methods rather to disperse crowds?
Well, to be honest with you, those agents, those chemical agents, are probably the least lethal force that we can use. We do have batons, we do have tasers, but those really don't work in a large crowd situation. You know, we would hate to go back to things like water guns or dogs or anything like that. But those chemical agents really are really our best line of defense for dispersing crowds without really doing harm. I know there's a couple articles out there that talk about the damage those things that can cause, but there's also articles that say that in a large crowd situation where those agents can disperse into the air, where the crowds are not confined in an enclosed area, that is very limiting their ability to do harm to someone's body.
Thank you, Chief. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Oliver. Councilor Oliver. Councilor Minority Leader Mowry, comments or questions for the Chief?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking back through a few things here, but I want to start off by saying, Chief, and thank you all for your work through all of this. You all have answered the call day in and day out, and you've been the first ones there to help and protect the citizens of Indianapolis, and for that I thank you. My first question here, I would assume that, you know, with everything that's been going on of late, this has probably added some financial burden costs, such as overtime, injuries, damages to, you know, your equipment or your vehicles, the materials used. is this being kept track of, and how's it affecting your budget? Because I can imagine it's strained already the way it is, even though you do make up a large portion of our budget. But I would imagine it doesn't go as far as you would think.
Right. Well, and I don't have the numbers for damage to our vehicles, but the number for the overtime, we're moving to 12-hour shifts from 8.5-hour shifts. At this point, is about $1.1 million.
And that's just since the Friday?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. And has there been any injuries to law enforcement officers that or anything you guys have had concern on with your men and women in blue getting injured in all this?
Yeah, there were some officers that were injured, but fortunately, it doesn't appear any of them were serious enough to keep them out of work for any long period of time. So we were fortunate there.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. Again, thank you for everything you do. And I know there's been a real push lately around the country for defunding police. And I can assure you, as long as I have a breath in me, that I will never be supportive of that. And I think you need all the support you can get. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Mallory. And we'll come back, Mallory, for the next round of questions in case you have any more. Councilor Muscari.
Thank you, Chairman. I do support IMPD, all the men and women, for everything that they do. There's just a few bad apples out there causing some problems. But my question would be, the tear gas canisters, I'm hearing that they're all outdated. They expired. They were, can you answer anything about that? And I understand they're dangerous if they're used out of date.
I've not heard of them being outdated. I'm certainly not questioning what you may have heard, but I have not had a report that said they were outdated. We do replenish that stock as we can within our budget. That's something I'd be willing to look into.
1 second, Counselor. I got that information today too, so I've asked them to look into it. The other thing is I can't remember another time since 1995 where our cities had to utilize the riot control agents since the College Avenue incident. So that's if it in fact was or somewhere were expired, that's probably because it's not something we anticipated using. That's one of the lessons learned, if in fact it's the case, that we'll have to look at going forward. If in fact, I hope we never see something like that again. If we do, we'll have to make sure that it's something that's kept up to date, if that's the case.
Yeah, people have sent me pictures of canisters. Yes, but God forbid we ever have to do this again. Hopefully it's over. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not over. Don't get me wrong, but hopefully everybody's going to disperse and peacefully protest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Holliday, comments or questions, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to echo Councilor Mallory's comments, I wish to express my appreciation for IMPD. Despite all this, I've not heard anything with all the officers being tied up downtown and the like, that there was necessarily any other ill effects of that out into the other areas of the city. So I think from that perspective, I'm appreciative that the things are kept under control. A couple questions. I've watched the news accounts. I've watched the Saturday night and granted, I think the media can glorify the things, but it certainly was chaotic. How does that affect an officer on the street? I mean, I understand, I get it, take and run and whatever is very stressful in the first place, but I got to imagine dealing with 2 nights of rioting is countless fold much more stressful. Can you elaborate a little bit on my curiosity about that? And then the second thing is kind of perhaps to tie into Councilor Mallory's question as he asked about the injuries. and I know we've not quite gone the full 2 weeks of incubation or whatever, but have we seen possible increased cases of the coronavirus as a result to the officers that were dispatched downtown to address those matters those nights? Thank you.
Sure. So I spoke to a number of the officers while that was going on. They're an incredible group of men and women. Sometimes kind of hard to read them, how things are impacting them emotionally. I know they saw things that they were surprised to see. It was eye-opening, but in reality, I guess I can say probably should have expected this to happen at some point. People are frustrated across the country about perceived racism and injustices and those things. But it would probably honestly be wise for us to check on their emotional status at some point, whether that's having counselors available to them. They've really been pretty good. I think Assistant Chief Bailey talked about self-reporting, but we probably shouldn't take that for granted and should probably look at that again. I don't know of an increase in COVID-19 cases. That may be, it just hasn't come around. Maybe we're fortunate and we won't see that increase, but at this stage, there's not a noticeable increase.
Thank you for that. Part of my thought process is an officer has to react and react in little with, other than their training, with little any kind of preparation. And when you have such chaotic times as those 2 nights were, I just kind of think that unfortunately human beings are prone to make mistakes and make them more when they're under that kind of stress and chaos. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Graves. Counselor Graves. Counselor Jared Evans, comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief and Chief Bailey, Chief Adams, I want to thank you guys for speaking before us and answering our questions. I know that this is a difficult time right now, impacting everybody from all sides, and it's a period where we need patience and calmness as we work through this. I, for one, can appreciate you and appreciate most of what our officers are doing out there, but as an elected official, just as you do, we answer to the citizens of the city, and we have to ask questions and we have to get back to the answers and understand what's happening. And perhaps what we're seeing is a movement and a national discussion, but also local, that's saying they want a different type of policing. And I think that's going to be a discussion that we carry in the weeks and months as we move forward. The question I had, so Friday night, this was the first Friday night, I was watching the RTV6 live. I forget the reporter who was live. And this is just, and as I think we've already stated earlier, it's hard to tell the truth just through one angle, one lens, one camera. Oftentimes there's multiple views on a situation. It looked like in the incident that erupted with the tear gas and things going out toward protesters, I didn't see anything violent taking place. And this was the incident that was on Market and I think Illinois. Police were on one side, the protesters were on the other side of Illinois. Canisters went off. I understand there may have been frozen water bottles thrown at officers perhaps. So I guess specifically on that incident and moving forward, what is the engagement rules? What needs to occur before we then decide to disperse a crowd that otherwise, to me, looked like it was pretty peaceful. But granted, I'm looking at it from one view, didn't see everything. And I would like to make a suggestion too, as we move forward on these type of incidents. If we have the ability, I think we should have drones in the sky recording everything so we have an aerial view of situations. Because I think that would have been greatly helpful to have, a public view on things of the situation.
Sure. So I was at the command center on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. I was not actually down there in the circle or around Illinois, Delaware, where you're talking about. Our officers are told not to disperse tear gas unless lives are threatened, property is damaged, and those kind of things. So if water bottles were thrown, then that would have been a reason to do it. But like I said, the downside with those chemical agents is that they don't stay put and they drift. So there's plenty of people who complained to me that they weren't in that general area, but tear gas. So that could have happened here. We're still reviewing videos. And as for your suggestion, allow Assistant Chief Bailey to make comment on that.
I just want to mention a couple things. I was downtown from the very beginning on Friday night when the crowd was on the circle, and we were working with Deputy Mayor Hampton to kind of talk with the organizers about what they wanted to do and how IMPD could, lessen our presence. And so during those conversations, we had cars parked on Market Street and officers stretched across the street. In the conversations with Deputy Mayor Hampton and the organizers, they asked, "Hey, look, we'll disperse if you move the police cars." So I ordered our officers to move the police cars. We'll disperse if you move the officers across the street or you move them out of the way. So we removed all of our officer presence as much as possible from that area. This group of about 60 people walked down to down toward Ohio. They took Ohio Street. They were fine. They blocked traffic there. They were protesting as their right. They began to march around. As they began to march around, the crowd started to grow, and it was infiltrated with people that may have come down there with a mindset that's not the same as these protesters. I lived it from the very beginning. They marched around until it just about got dark, or maybe just after dark. That's when the destruction started. Our officers were not in a place at that time to disperse any gas. I remember directly standing at the command post, talking to the commanders, asking, "What is our plan now that the destruction has started? What are we going to do in this instance to deal with it?" So our response with the riot control agents came way after the destruction of the businesses started on Friday night. The same thing occurred on Friday night under Saturday night, few circumstances. So our posture from the very beginning, as you saw on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of last week, was to let people illegally, mind you, because it is illegal to walk around in the streets and block traffic. That is an illegal activity. But we allowed that. We allowed it after curfew. It wasn't until the actions of the folks on Friday and Saturday night that we used the riot control agents. And those are the facts. Having said that, once again, I'll go back to the fact that we haven't had an incident like this since 1995 that I can recall. Nothing in my career. Small little dust-ups, but never to this scale. And so we've trained, we've talked about it, we've supplied ourselves, but until it actually goes into action, we don't know how things are going to go. And I've admitted to a group of counselors on Saturday that we'll look at ourselves and make changes and look at national best practices as law enforcement all across the country are going to have to do. We responded the best way we could to protect property and to protect life and property during that time. So I get it. We were end up watching a lot of the same feeds you were watching from the command post, not in the mix of it, hearing a lot about what's happening on the radio. And so you see that one perspective from the camera, not knowing what's going all around the city. Another thing I'll tell you, when I actually, because I can't sit still, I have to move around. I drove downtown and I was sitting in Illinois and Georgia, and it was quiet. And there was things going on all around. When all of a sudden this car came barreling down Georgia Street with these flashing yellow cones on it, and right behind them was a crowd of about 300 people that I didn't know was down there. And they were skateboards, bashing windows, picking up signs. So I had to back myself out of there. So it was one of the most chaotic scenes I've ever experienced. And then I took myself back to the command post because I should be out of there. And our tactics are really based on the the actions of those that are around us. We don't want to do this. We would rather not have this happen. We would rather have what happened on Michigan Road, right after Mr. Reed was shot and killed, where we let folks walk for over 1.5 miles up and down Michigan Road and block the street. We've dealt with the Black Lives Matters and Indy 10 and multiple protests throughout the city for many years, and it's never came to this level. And I think a little bit of it, honestly, caught us by surprise too.
Yeah, Chief, I was down there at Market in Alabama on Saturday, and I commend the demonstrators. They did an excellent job. The organizers did an excellent job of keeping those demonstrators off of the buildings. They were trying to keep them back from the police. But as that crowd was starting to encroach on the officers, they really had no choice. And even though the organizers were trying to tell them, bit back, I think there were individuals in that group that wanted to, try to provoke the police. And so the police were I just happened to be down there at that time. And, the officers, they had already damaged the city county building window. And again, the demonstrator organizers did a good job of getting those people back before they did more damage. But once those officers were in that situation where they really had no choice, the safest thing to do to even lower your use of force opportunities is to deploy the riot control agents. So, I just happened to be down there at that time and watched that, and actually got some of that gas myself because I didn't have my mask on me. So, I witnessed that as an appropriate use in that scenario, given what the officers were facing.
Sorry, and yeah, you're right. The lesson learned on the drones, we should have utilized them, but I can tell you that on Saturday, Sunday night, we utilized the state police helicopter, which provided us a great aerial footage of what was going on. And we're collecting all that video.
Councilor Evans, one more question, Councilor Evans? You're on mute, Councilor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for your answers on that. Just a remark is I hope that as this settles down, I think there should be a collective effort, probably even with some of the protesters, to do a sit down, review some of the situations that have occurred, and look at where we may be able to improve situations. And that's not to say that you guys were not in the right in some of the circumstances that the tactics that you did use. It's a very sensitive situation. So I just want to make sure, and not speaking for everybody, for me, we're going to ask difficult questions, and we're going to get frustrated at times too. I don't want you to think, from at least Councilor Evans' perspective, that I'm not appreciative of what you guys do. I understand that we had an officer reporting to a call downtown where someone threw a brick, went through their car windshield, and thankfully they already had their helmet on, and it hit their helmet. And without that helmet, there's no telling what would have happened to that officer. So that's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ethan Evans, comments or questions?
Thank you, Chairman Robinson, and thank you all for carrying out the meeting and to take the questions. I just wanted to read off a letter that's signed by 1,288 public health professionals and infectious disease professionals. They said that they oppose any use of tear gas, smoke, or other respiratory irritants, which could increase the risk for COVID-19 by making respiratory tract more susceptible to infection, exacerbating existing inflammation, and inducing coughing. And in addition to that, at least 5 other cities in the United States have already taken action to ban the use of tear gas or tear gas substances. And currently there's a bill in Congress at the federal level to ban federally the use of tear gas and tear gas substances, or it would be at least taking federal funding away from police departments that would continue using it. So with that in mind, I saw that Charlotte Police Department had said that they had spent $103,000 on tear gas and tear gas-like chemicals alone in the last year. So I wanted to know if you knew how much money the police department had spent on tear gas or CS gas and other chemical agents.
I don't have that information. I couldn't tell you how much that cost. I know we did have a recent order, but I'm not sure how much that cost or what the volume of that was. I would be curious to know what those other departments are going to. We're not opposed, I think, if there's something better out there that can work with efficiency and effectiveness. I don't think that would necessarily be off the table. I just don't know what it is. Maybe you do.
Well, I know I had seen, I know it's not a question, just a comment, but I had seen in protests past, police had done the lineup at, I don't know, have formation with the riot shields and moved in formation like that instead and just tried to push away protesters in that kind of formation instead of using tear gas. I'm not saying that would work, but I'm just saying, like, if that were the case in a situation where it hadn't become a violent type situation like that, if that were considered. I was just also going to ask, would the department be committed to testing all of the untested rape kits that had not been tested that were in IMPD or city control at the moment?
That's been an ongoing discussion. Many of those are, the decision to test those is at the discretion of the Marion County Crime Lab or based on some other factors, but it's certainly something we'd be willing to discuss. I know there's going to be there's going to have to be a funding stream in place, and the crime lab's capacity is going to have to be increased to deal with that too. So that would be a great question for those at the Marion County Forensic Services Agency. But we certainly aren't opposed to that. I think that it's important to provide justice in many cases as we possibly can.
And Counsel, let me also say, so for a number of years, I was a sex crimes detective and had a lot of those rape kits submitted. But it's been a frustration, I understand, for quite a while. I was detective and didn't have any ability to work on that. I know we had those issues. So that's near and dear to my heart. So I will definitely keep an eye on that.
And one more, that one thing, I think we did receive a grant to do some of that. I'll have to do some research and I can get back to you on that, Counselor. Through the Saki grant, I think it's called. So I'll look into that for you as well.
Thank you. And just to Chief's point about meeting with protesters, I know you had mentioned Indy 10, if you hadn't met with them, you could sit down with the Black women leaders of the recent largest protests that have been organized over the last weekend. I feel like that would be a fruitful exercise.
Sure. So Indy 10, we have on the schedule for tomorrow. The group that we met with earlier today, like I said, was part of the protest group, D. Ross and Malik Muhammad. So we started those talks. It's important for us to know how they feel about things, what they saw went right, what they saw that was wrong, any suggestions on how to help them to control their groups. Like I said, we never had a desire either to make arrests or have to search chemical agents or any of those things. We'd much rather just be able to be out there and observe a peaceful protest. So during those talks, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Clerk, can you mute everyone's phone, please? Ms. Clerk, I still hear a lot of echo in the background. Thank you. Counselor Dilk, comments or questions for the chief?
Thank you, Chairman. No questions, just a comment. I appreciate everything the chief and IMPD has been doing. I know it's a thankless, tireless job. I continue to support them. And I think we all need to realize that they all are human like we are. There is going to be some mistakes made, but as long as we're working for a better means for the city, and I think the chief is doing that, communications is huge. As long as we keep that up, I think we're in the right direction. That's all, Counselor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor, for your comments. Appreciate those. Counselor Booth, comments or questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, also thanks to Chief Taylor, Assistant Chief Bailey, and Deputy Chief Evans for making time, and also I too am compassionate for what they've gone through recently, and just had a couple logistical questions. First one being with respect to body cams. What's the current policy for the events of let's say there is a police accident, shooting or something, a severe event, and what we're seeing across the country is, oh, my body cam was not on, or I accidentally turned it off. What policies are there for that, and is that part of the disciplinary process as well? So that's my first question, if you could address that first.
Sure. So, in choosing the vendor that we did for our body cams, there's different triggers that, are options. Of course, with options means money in a lot of cases, but this particular vendor has the ability to have the body camera turn on its own. If the lights are turned on in the squad car, holsters are unstrapped, or officers are in a horizontal position for a certain amount of time, there's different options that exist. It'll be a matter of figuring out which ones are going to be utilized by us, but they're all in an effort to take away the decision-making from the officer on whether to turn it on or not. They do have to have the ability to turn it off because in certain situations, they could respond to your house and there's no threat of violence or anything like that. You may not want the inside of your house videotaped. So you'll know that that's on and you could request that that be turned off. So that policy is, most of it I think has been developed, but as we start handing out the body cams, those will also be online. People will be able to review those and comment on those if they want. We'll do our best to, of course, take that decision out of the officer's hands, but also address issues if that was turned on or turned off at such a time that it causes some kind of confusion or something like that in a case.
Thank you. Second question, the use of force, the 8-step policy you referenced earlier, can you just confirm the status of that? And when can we expect a formal adoption of that by the IMPD?
Yeah, so we hope to have that done in the next few days. Again, we're talking to stakeholders now. We've sent a draft to the General Orders Committee, and we'll continue to work with our stakeholders to finalize that policy within the next few days. We're hoping the next week.
I think it's also important to note that a lot of the concepts that you're going to see in that use of force policy are concepts that we began training to in our academy and in our incumbent training several years ago. De-escalation and time, distance, and cover, and duty to intervene, and those type of things. Those training to what we're getting to in written policy are things that have been underway for a few years now.
And I'll just add, Assistant Chief's right. This policy, we had some local legal experts look at. We had some national experts look at to really help us craft a policy that was in line with national best practices, as well as a national consent policy around the use of force. So we again continue to tweak that. Obviously, that those stakeholders are giving us feedback as we go, but we feel like this will be a very strong policy that we're already training to in our training academy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Councilor Boots. Councilor Barth, comments and questions for the chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a few questions, all focused on use of force. So the first is more a comment than a question. It's just a comment on the use of force board that was referenced earlier. I can tell you that all of the councilors are getting hundreds and hundreds of emails, but the ones that stick out and matter and rise to the top for me more than any other are the ones that are thoughtfully constructed emails from people who live in my district. They stick out right away among a sea of auto-generated emails. I'm not suggesting that the auto-generated ones don't matter. I'm just saying the ones that people really struggle with and think about and take the time to put into their own words are really salient and really affect me. And there have been a lot about the board. And the thing that has come over and over about it is that my constituents expect that board to have a majority of citizens. And I have landed on that too. So that's just a comment. I think that if the board ultimately doesn't have a majority of citizens, that will be something that will be noted in an issue of concern. So as you're working on that, keep that in mind. And then on use of force, that policy is excellent. It's obviously been deconstructed and put back together and thought about very carefully. And I know it's based on best practices nationally. But what I'm not tracking to or understanding is how is it applicable to large groups? I don't see in reading it where it has direct reference to being applicable in a large group scenario. So is there a separate policy and process and training to deal with large groups, or are all the concepts in the use of force policy applicable to large groups?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Councilman Barkley, you said it best. It's not delineated between large groups and individuals. Our use of force policy is applicable to a single officer or a large group of officers, and they are expected to adhere to that policy regardless of the group size.
Okay,
It's all based on reasonableness. So whether it's I throw a punch or I throw a right control agent, all those have to be judged from the stance of objective reasonableness.
Reasonable officer, or reasonable individual.
And I'll tell you, Commander Bailey or Chief Bailey, you mentioned earlier, or maybe it was you, Chief, but training on some of these concepts has already taken place. And the protest that took place at 46 in Meridian was in my district. And so I was right there. And I had the opportunity to just be a few feet from the deputy mayor and IMPD leadership and the protest leaders as they really worked on de-escalating and help that situation resolve in the way we all wanted it to. And the thing that really struck me was that my perception was that the approach of the state police was materially different. And so my question, and I can give you a specific example if you would like. The example I'll give you is I was talking to IMPD officers who were generous, and I probably shouldn't have been distracting them at that moment, but I was expressing my concern about using any chemical agents. I was concerned about it for the protesters. I was concerned about it for my constituents. I was looking up and down Meridian Street, seeing my constituents and seeing children standing there. So obviously I didn't want that deployed. And the IMPD officers were in leadership, were very responsive in telling me that's, the point is to de-escalate. But people around me told me they observed ISP shaking their head at my comments and not sort of valuing what I was saying. So whether that's true or not, I don't know, because it was a chaotic situation. But it made me think, okay, in this scenario that we're in, where you have potentially the ISP deployed, you potentially have other elements of law enforcement deployed, do they have different use of force policies? And could we see conflicts there if a situation was happening near the State House, say, and those officers reporting to a different chain of command with a different use of force policy? That means we could have disparate treatment of citizens and how the use of force is being applied. How would we navigate, more specifically, how would you navigate that scenario?
Well, I'm not completely familiar with the state police's policy on uses of force and how they handle that. I know that's a fine department, and I imagine that the great thing we had there was we had a Malik Muhammad who I believe, in all honesty, didn't want to see anything go poorly. and whether through him or through Lieutenant Rollinson, they built a rapport, and that worked out. I have no doubt that the state police probably has officers in their groups that would or could do the same thing, but that's an interesting question. Probably would be wise to know how they handle those things, but I've seen them in situations that could go poorly, that didn't because of their leadership. I just don't know specifically how they're trained. I think our officers, obviously we live in the same community that we serve, so it's to our benefit to get along with the citizens, whether they're demonstrating or protesting or whatever, to make sure that doesn't go poorly. And then on that particular day and time, it worked out probably as best as we could have hoped for.
Yeah, and I was reflecting on that later and thinking that through. And if you are trained with a certain use of force policy and you are following your training and you are from, I'm just making this up, Auburn or, wherever, Lafayette, you're not from Indianapolis, and the elected official standing there is less consequential to you, you're going to follow exactly what you're trained to do. And that it seems to me in Indianapolis, we're in a unique scenario where we could have conflict there between different approaches and training. So, and anyway, thank you for paying attention to that. I think it needs some attention because it feels like that is some potential for miscommunication.
Sure.
We were in the ISP was in the command post with us, so we knew what they would tell us what they were going to do before they did it.
Thank you, Councilor Barth. Councilor Ane, comments or questions for the chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Taylor, says Chief Bailey, and Deputy Chief Adams. I just want to thank you folks for your professionalism, for your dedication to the city. As some of my colleagues have already noted, I've always thought that IPD at one point has always had a tremendous tradition of excellence and has consistently improved itself, as Assistant Chief Bailey noted just in his 20-some tenure. So I think that's fantastic, and I thank you for all the work that you folks have done. I'd just like to briefly note, before I get to my questions, that a lot of the national discussion and even some here locally about defunding our police or decreasing funds substantially, I am totally against it. It wouldn't just be a no, it would be a hell no. But I still think that we have some opportunities, and I fully support trying to identify some funding opportunities to ensure proper resources for mental health care, addiction recovery, renter assistance, homelessness, and some other social services. So I think we can do both, but I want to agree with Chief Taylor and some of my colleagues. Defunding or decreasing any from public safety here in Indianapolis would be a tremendous mistake. Chief, I'd like to get to my questions. My feed cut out, and so I know you addressed some of the numbers earlier on in your talk, but I'd like to know if you wouldn't mind reiterating. Through IMPD's investigative work, did you find that the rioters that we saw in our city, were they mainly from our city, were they mainly from other parts of our state, or were they mainly from actually outside of our state? And again, I want to specifically focus on the rioters, not the peaceful protesters.
Sure. So with the arrests that we made, most of those people were indeed from Indianapolis. However, there were 12 of them that we don't know where they were from. 14 were from communities outside of Indianapolis, and there was 3 confirmed from other states: Dallas, Texas, Fayette, North Carolina, and a city in Maryland. So a little bit of everything mixed up, but the majority of the arrests were out of Indianapolis.
Thank you very much, Chief. My final question would be, Chief, would it be fair to say that it would have been helpful for you and the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department to have some form of heads up from the Marion County Prosecutor's Office that they intended and were going to decline criminal charges for nonviolent protesters? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, but only because Prosecutor Mears sent me the probable cause affidavits that he had problems with. If we could have gotten hold of those earlier, we could have made amends. We could have spoke with the officers as they're completing those and remedied that problem to make a probable cause affidavit that maybe he would have been satisfied with. Unfortunately, our conversation occurred after those charges had been dismissed.
Thank you very much, Chief. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilor Renee. Councilor Graves, comments or questions, please?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Chief Taylor, I just want to tag on to one of the comments that was made earlier. I believe it was the chairman who mentioned the young lady in the video. I do want to put an asterisk by this situation because I'm not happy with that video that where she was interacting with the officer. In fact, I'm really emotional about it. What I saw was an unfortunate example of what is going on in our community. She was just a regular citizen, just trying to exercise her right to protest. I think the officer applied excessive and brutal force to stop her. She wasn't resisting, so I don't want to let that point be missed. He appeared to be using the same type of process for this young lady during this peaceful demonstration that he would use for a hardened criminal or a terrorist. So in many ways, we're starting to look at the police department as they're set up in a similar fashion to a military organization. So my question, Chief, is, and this is my first question, what is the difference in the methods and tactics that are used by the IMPD to control crowds of law-abiding citizens versus what would be terrorists or criminals?
Well, I would tell you first off that, any use of force is probably not going to look pleasant to anybody. In the video that I saw, at some point the officer I didn't have sound, so I don't know what was said, but at some point there was a decision to place her under arrest. I saw the officer attempt to put her hands behind her and she pulled away. I said from the beginning, I didn't like the way it looked either. I really didn't. But if an officer is going to place you under arrest, then he or she has the right to put you in handcuffs. If you resist that, then force can be used to affect that arrest. Like I said, in that one, I didn't like it, but I would not have been surprised if the officer had swept her legs and put her on the ground and handcuffed her at that point. If you're under arrest, our advice to you would be go along with it. You can make a complaint later, but it doesn't have to be violent in nature. As for the difference between that and a terrorist, if we're going to place you under arrest, we're placing you under arrest. We don't check your criminal history first or anything like that. We will request you to abide by what we're telling you, which would be to put your hands behind the back. And then that decision is up to you as to whether you decide to follow those instructions or not. Like I said, I would hope that we could get someone under control without having to do all those things. And as I've said before, it may be something that needs to be discussed or retrained through the ERG group. I think that's a great group, and I know they train a lot. And I think they would probably be willing to consider those things. Doesn't mean she's not going to be arrested. It just means that maybe in the future it doesn't look as bad as that did.
Okay, Councilor Graves, hold on one second. So, Chief, I do want to push back on that because, again, I let it go earlier, but when you mentioned about the video angle and you possibly send her resisting arrest, I think that what I saw and many others saw is that he looked to appear to be groping her chest. So that's kind of what I seen her jerk away. And again, this is all, after the fact, but I seen her jerk away after he put his hand over her chest. She jerked away. Then she put her hands down by her side and didn't even defend herself when she was getting hit. So if her feeling as if she was groped by an officer and jerking away is resisting arrest, again, we have to review that policy because that's unacceptable, in my opinion.
I would agree. And Councilor, you know that I respect you tremendously. I would have to say you need to look at some other videos because I think in the other videos, you won't see that. I believe you're looking at a copy that started in one position and it could look like that. But trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. I've seen other videos of that same scenario with that same person, and it did not start there. She's a female. When the officer goes to grab, there's always going to be potential that he may brush across her chest or something like that. But I believe as you see the starting point, you'll have a different opinion.
Thank you, Chief. Councilor Graves, a follow-up question or comment, Councilor Graves?
Please, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, just to let you know, I do support you. I have since you took over this role, and most of the men and women in your department, they have my support. One of my top 3 commitments to my community when I began this journey was to bridge the gap of understanding between the community and law enforcement. And I'm hoping that the silver lining of what we've seen in 2020 will be that we are now coming to the table with conversations for one another to find a resolution. So my second question is, what in IMPD training will address future de-escalation, de-escalating of protesting crowds? Also, can you please answer about police profiling, which has been a long-standing problem experienced by the Black community? I want to know what IMPD training is going to do about these things. Yes, the protesting of the crowds and de-escalating that situation is hot, but there's arguably this all began based on a profiling issue. And I think that that's a considerable situation that we have to address. So are there any plans to address this in the IMPD Training Academy?
Sure. So what will happen as we continue to get videos and continue to talk to the public about concerns on how things happened and how they went, we'll have an after action plan that we'll look at, and myself and the command staff will then make decisions on in consultation with the training academy and the different groups that exist in IMPD, that like the ERG group, as to how best change, if that's what's needed, to get some insight from the community on what needs to happen. Like I said, we've already had meetings with a couple groups this morning. We'll have some more tomorrow, and that'll be continuous conversations. And as those conversations develop, we'll certainly look at how to best handle this to keep certain things from happening again. You know, the police department is not, it's not static, and it's moving, right? It develops as the community tells us things that they want to see, things that they feel that we should change. We take those things into account, and where we can do that, we'll make those changes. So that is still yet to come, but I know there will be plenty of conversations on that. I'd be more than happy to include you in those conversations as well. And I'm forgetting your second part of that question.
Surrounding that would focus on profiling.
Your phone's breaking up, Counselor.
Yeah, I heard him talk about profiling. So as a Black man who has 2 Black sons and a Black daughter, I'm concerned with profiling as well. I know it's happened, not necessarily here in Indianapolis, but I know it exists. And I'm certainly committed to find ways to keep that from happening. As I know you, Councilman Robinson, have concerns about that. And those talks are occurring, I know, between you and Deputy Chief Adams. And those are things we're certainly willing to look at to make sure that our minority citizens aren't treated any different than anyone else. Profiling is something that unfortunately has existed for a long time. It's not fair, and I would agree with that. But I'm certainly willing to take suggestions on how to combat that. I don't want to say it's a slippery slope, but it's not. It's probably not going to be an easy issue to tackle. But I'm certainly open for suggestions on how to reduce that or eliminate it.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilor Graves. Ms. Clerk, are there any public comments on our portal from those who submitted questions for the Chief?
Yes, there are several public comment. I had kind of broken them up between protest and use of force. So
How many is several? How many is several? How many is several, Ms. Clerk?
10 at the most, 10.
Okay, so let's just start from the top and however you divide them up. Let's hear from the community, and I want to thank those in the community that are listening or viewing online for submitting those questions.
Okay, this comment is from Chelsea Anderson. It's regarding the use of force. I implore you to make body cameras for on-duty Indianapolis police officers mandatory. The policy should require that officers turn on the camera immediately in response to a call. The safety of our citizens and the officers who serve the city is of the utmost importance. Indianapolis is well behind most other major cities in implementing this safety policy. We should be a positive example for others to follow, not a poor example of lagging behind. Thank you for considering the safety of our citizens and our police force. Next comment is from Beverly Rowe.
Hold on, Ms. Clerk. So there wasn't really a question in there, and it's more like a statement, and I think the chief addressed that. So what we'll do is we'll give the chief a chance to respond if needed. He addressed the camera issue, and they will be mandatory, but by that being a statement, I will let him respond, but before you read the next one, let him say something though. So Chief, any thoughts on that statement?
Well, it's like you said, Councilman, I think we've answered that question. I'm all for it. I certainly understand her concern, but we're doing our best to rectify that, and hopefully we'll see those results here late July, early August.
Yeah, one piece to that, Chief, thank you for that, is that her comment was that the officer turns them on, but our mechanism will be where it's automatically turned on with a few different triggers. Is that correct?
Right, those triggers are things that we hope to implement, but officers at some point, like I said, they have to be able to turn it off in certain circumstances, but we're trying to reduce their need to turn it on and make that more automatic, as much as automatic as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you. This is from Beverly Roach. It's regarding the this week's demonstrations. Police involved in aggressive, excessive force against peaceful protesters should be suspended without pay while under investigation. Why were they hidden from us, the taxpayers? Is there an account of how many tear gas containers, rubber bullets, pepper balls, bean bags, and noisemakers were expended on protesters? Is there a cost attached?
Chief?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, is that her final question for her?
No, there was 2 more, but I can hold off on that.
No, from the young lady who, she had multiple questions?
Yes, she did.
Let's do those first 2 first, please.
So I heard talk about the price concerning those things. Yes, there will be a price at some point that we'll be able to track to see how much of our resources we use and how much ultimately that costs. We don't use rubber bullets. We didn't use bean bags in this scenario. I don't know if she mentioned something else, but as for what? Oh, pepper. So pepper ball we do use, and the other chemical agents we do use, but we don't use the rubber bullets, and we didn't use the bean bags in this scenario. But yes, there's a cost, and that will come out at some point. As for the officers being suspended without pay, we do have procedural guidelines that we have to follow. If investigations are launched, we typically don't suspend people without pay right off the bat. A lot depends on the severity of things and whether or not that was a violation of department policy or not. So in what she is describing, I don't know if we have a specific complaint with that, but if we do, then those will be investigated by Internal Affairs and Depending on where those officers worked, we would look at their standard operating procedures and see if that was in violation of that. If we found that they were in violation of that at some point, then of course discipline can be handed out at that point, which could include suspensions.
Thank you, Chief. You want to go and read her last two questions for that individual, Ms. Clerk?
Sure. The next one is, does the police have the right to destroy medic tents? And at what point does a Band-Aid become a weapon? That's her next question. And the last one is, should the police chief resign, and should we hold money back until reform begins?
I can answer the second one quickly. No, I shouldn't resign. I've been here 6 months. I've got a lot of work to do. I understand that. But I've got the foundation of the department is good. I think it was left in good shape by Chief Roach, and myself and my executive and command staff are committed to making this department the best that it can be. You got to give us some time, but like I said, we've got a lot of good officers that are working the streets, and a lot of great officers that work in investigations. So I'm very optimistic that we will be able to identify areas where we need to grow and get better in, and continue to grow in those areas that we're doing well. Officers don't typically go around destroying property. However, if the property is abandoned, we can and do sometimes pick that property up and take it over to the property room. Property that's interspersed with things that could be potential weapons could obviously be confiscated. I don't know of a situation where a Band-Aid is necessarily used as a weapon unless it was dipped in something or anything like that. But I think the more likely scenario may have been that items certainly could have been interspersed with other things that could have been considered weapons. And if that was not the case, then I apologize for that. Those things are, like I said, are taken over to the property room. But if they were abandoned, then I don't know how we would identify those as being this particular caller's or whatever. If we actually confiscate something from somebody, we typically would make a report and get their information, and then they could pick that stuff up at the property room if it was eligible to be released.
Thank you, Chief. Next, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The rest of them are mostly statements. Would you care for me to read those, or?
Every last one of them.
Okay,
please.
Great, no problem. Next is from Ardell Trott. The Marion County City-County Council announced that racism is a public health crisis. I call on the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee to follow through on this announcement by banning the use of chemical agents, including tear gas, pepper spray against people protesting racism in our county. These chemical agents are respiratory irritants that can have dangerous effects, both short and long term, especially when compounded by chronic conditions, and especially in the time of a global respiratory viral pandemic. Please use your oversight over IMPD to ban the use of chemical agents on citizens. Next is from Zane Abdali. Mayor Hogsett claims to be a, quote, dedicated to investing Indianapolis's resources back into our neighbors, yet the 2020 budget allocated $253 million, or 31% of the total budget, to the IMPD. By contrast, neighborhood services received funds amounting to 3% of the total budget, or less than a tenth of IMPD's budget. I am asking that the Indianapolis City Council push to make a more overt and visible commitment to the city and county's Black and Brown communities, and to combat an overinvestment in their criminalization and surveillance. I therefore demand that the council find ways to redirect money away from the IMPD's overinflated budget. I urge you to pressure the mayor for an ethical and equal reallocation of the city's expenditures away from the IMPD and towards sectors that facilitate the dismantling of racial and class inequality. Now, especially, the city council can take a stand for racial justice by significantly defunding policing and investing in Black and Brown communities instead, starting with education, housing, healthcare, cooperative businesses, community centers, and community-led organizations and projects. Can I count on you to consider an alternate budget that focuses on social services programs? From Kristen Morgan. As an Indianapolis resident, I would like detailed plans to be posted regarding how Indianapolis will be defunding the police department, which has been shown on video using force on peaceful protesters and civilians, as well as a recent video posted in which the police let a woman who ran over protesters with her car go free. I do not feel safe as a citizen of Indianapolis, and I want to make sure that my taxpayer dollars go toward education, community service, and public health, rather than a police department that provides time and time again that it is violent and not held accountable. Updating the use of force policy is not enough. We need a full plan on defunding and reallocating resources to agencies that do good, not harm. Excuse me. From Sarah Azra. In the hallowed words of Martin Luther King Jr., our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. My name is Sarah Azra, and I live in Indianapolis. I am reaching out to you as your constituent to ask for your help and commitment to effect change. The time for passivity is over now, around the world and right in our backyard. People have been vocally condemning racial injustices and excessive use of force by the police. This is not a liberal or conservative issue. However, this is a morality issue. As someone in a position to make meaningful change in the lives of those that you represent, you have the opportunity to be on the right side of history. Cities need to reevaluate the rate at which they fund police departments and start investing those diverted dollars back into their communities. Here, the 2020 Indianapolis city budget allotted almost $254 million to IMPD, but less than $17 million for the Office of Health and Safety. Often cops are the first to handle a person's mental health or their homelessness. Those issues will be better addressed by trained social workers and community leaders. When an officer is involved with a citizen, situations can escalate quickly. From 2013 to 2019, IMPD officers killed 23 individuals. 65 of them were Black. This trend is prevalent throughout the country. Black people nationally are 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people, even though Blacks and whites commit crimes at the same time. Additionally, even though Indianapolis is 28% Black, in 2018, Black officers only made up 15% of IMPD's force. This inequity is not what America is about, and it is not what Indianapolis should tolerate. With that said, as your constituent, I am asking you to do whatever you can to support and pass legislation that will improve IMPD and the nation's police forces, not just performatively. There are many ways to address the current issues with our police department. We can start by increasing police accountability, decreasing the use of excessive and lethal force, and refocusing efforts to bring about systematic positive changes. Mr. Chair, this constituent has a list of accountability policies and things. Would you like me to read those?
So a list of what again?
She listed out some measures to ensure accountability of IMPD and to reduce the use of excess force.
Absolutely. Let's read them.
Okay, great. Measures to ensure accountability of police. 1, enhanced review processes for misconduct, including civilian review boards. Widespread use of body cams. Robust data gathering and analysis efforts broken down by departments. Legislation to remove qualified immunity. Next are measures to reduce the use of excessive force. And chokeholds, hashtag George Floyd. And no-knock warrants, hashtag Breonna Taylor. Implicit bias training to stop racial profiling. Increased training in areas such as de-escalation tactics, history of racism in the U.S., and compassionately communicating with the public. Demilitarize the police. Measures to create a positive systematic change. Reallocate police funds to instead flow directly to community-based needs, such as after-school programs, affordable housing, healthcare, mental health, and addiction programs, along with job training. Overhaul hiring criteria and practices. Police officers need to be extremely rational actors and compassionate people. Through background checks and pre-hiring psych evaluations would be a start. These are not radical ideas. These are concrete changes that the country can implement, and these changes that millions across the nation and the world are demanding. As my representative, I am reaching out to you in order to see a change in the city and state that I call my home. You are my voice. You are my seat at the table for change. Please seize this historic moment and amplify your voices by pledging your support in police reform, defunding legislation here and nationally. Excuse me. From Jamie Reeves. I stand for defunding the police entirely. Reform has not worked in cities nationwide, and it is time to move forward without police. I refuse to live in a city where my Black and brown neighbors are horrified of those constantly surveilling their community. We do not trust the police, and this issue is too far gone for trust to be rebuilt. We cannot live like this. I cannot deal with any more state-sanctioned Black death. Defund them. Listen to us now. Excuse me. From Caleb Kassler. Okay. The City Council can take a stand for racial justice by significantly defunding policing and investing in Black and brown communities instead, starting with education, housing, healthcare, cooperative businesses, community centers, and community-led organizations and projects. There should be no increase in IMPD allocations. Indiana should end qualified immunity in all cases. Civil assessed forfeiture needs to cease immediately, and all previous property stolen by IMPD from our residents return. No funds should be allocated to even further military use of force. No public servant should be allowed anonymity in any civil or criminal proceedings. Anyone charged with resisting arrest and no other crime should be released immediately and their record expunged. Indianapolis should decriminalize and legalize cannabis, releasing all prisoners serving time for related charges and the corresponding conviction expunged. All people of Indianapolis, including felons and those in prison, should have their right to vote upheld, and money moved from IMPD should, in part, be used for a broader and safer voting system. Indianapolis should cancel any insurance held to protect officers from civil or criminal cases. Malpractice insurance should be held by the officers or through the state-sanctioned gang that is the FOP. Taxpayers should not be footing the bill to protect those who do not protect us. Caroline Warren asked, why haven't the police arrested the Caucasian woman who plowed through peaceful protesters on Monument Circle on Monday, June 8th with her minivan? And lastly,
Yeah, we've already answered that one, Chief, earlier. I think Prosecutor Mears answered that one, I think, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And lastly, from Martha LaBounty, I'm a resident here in Marion County, and I'm emailing in advance of the meeting of the Public Safety Committee because of my concern about the dire public health implications of IMPD using chemical agents, especially CS tear gas and OC pepper spray, on our community during the recent protests. Both these chemical agents are respiratory irritants and can have dangerous short and long-term effects, compounded by chronic conditions and the ongoing global respiratory viral pandemic. CS gas is even banned in war overseas, and there is already a report of a protester killed by respiratory failure after exposure to tear gas in Ohio. With over 2,300 coronavirus deaths in Indiana thus far, it is only a matter of time before we have our first Hoosier death after gas exposure locally. As a person with asthma and as a voter in Center Township, I therefore urge you and the Public Safety Committee to use your oversight power over IMPD to ban the use of chemical agents, both CS tear gas and OC pepper spray, on our community. And Mr. Chair, that ends the public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk, for your reading of those comments, and thank those in the public that shared comments via our online portal. We appreciate you for doing so and for being engaged in our work with the city. We will take final comments or questions from councilors. Councilors, if you have no comments or questions, just indicate that. We'll move on quickly to the next councilor. Councilor Ane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Barth.
So Chief, one question. I had this exceptionally good experience doing a ride along in December with an officer who was just tremendous, just incredibly professional, good working with the public, Officer Straub. And that night, one of the things we did was we took a run to a house where there was a domestic disturbance, nothing violent, an ongoing dispute between an adult child and a parent. But the officer told me he'd been there multiple times before, and another officer came and said he too had been there before. So I've been rethinking that in my mind over and over. And so my question is, in a scenario, and I know this is a pure fantasy, especially consider tax receipts in the face of the COVID pandemic, but in a pure policy arena where we have money to do what we want to do, would it be better in that scenario if we had more support of like a social worker to intervene and then work with that family over time so they're not repeated calls of the IMPD? I'm sure you've thought about this many times, but that issue has just been coming up over and over in my head, and I'm trying to think in a non-resource constrained world, what would that look like?
Well, we have what's called a victim assistance unit that has multiple contacts with multiple programs in a variety of different areas. I guess really my hope would be that as reports are taken like that, especially where it appears to be a repeat event, that they would be able to get hold of that report, make contact with either one, both of the participants there, and make suggestions on different counseling options, different programs that they may be able to benefit from. And that's something that's already in place. So at least that unit is. I have to check in to see if they get hold of those reports, or maybe it goes through the domestic violence unit, which certainly could do the same thing.
Okay, thank you. I should have mentioned I'm an MSW, so the answer that supports social workers, I'm glad to hear.
Thank you, Councilor Barth. Councilor Boots, final comments or questions for the chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question and a comment. First question, Chief Taylor, can you just give us a general breakdown of the current IMPD force with respect to its diversification, break it down between white, brown, and black officers?
Well, I know we're under the level that the one woman commented at. I think she said we're at 28%. I think black. We're not there. We're probably hovering somewhere around 17 to 20% would be my guess. My deputy chief is checking on that stat for me as we speak. But you know, there's been an incredible push to recruit minorities and to try to make that a more level field. So it looks like we're at 14.4% black, 3.6 Hispanic, less than 1% Asian, 1.4 on other, and 80.5% white. But so there's obviously some work to be done there. But we're certainly looking at that, and not only the diversity in race, but in other things, gender identifications and those things as well.
Thank you. And just in closing, I would just like to share my thoughts that unfortunately, I don't think we have a luxury of time on our hands. And I do think that we have to pursue some positive change sooner versus later. And I hope going forward that the IMPD will show a little greater degree of indulgence and compassion to protesters going forward and refrain, except for the most extreme circumstances, the use of any chemical and dispersing agents and chemical agents on our citizens. But as a part of the council, I look forward to working with you and IMPD to affect some positive change in our community, because I think it's time to do that, and we're here to help. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Boots, for your comments and for your questions. Councilor Dilk, comments or questions for the chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No other questions or comments at this time.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Ethan Evans.
Thank you, Chairman Robinson. I did have just a brief statement I wanted to say, and regarding the multiple comments that had come in about the defunding the police, and I had just wanted to say that many people here had been voicing their concerns over defunding, and understandably the phrase can cause some angst if it's not fully understood. And I think that the conversation that needs to take place is how to allocate or reallocate police funds to best serve the community. And doing this correctly and thoughtfully, it will not necessarily equate to an uptick in crime. And like Councilor Ane had said, the reallocation of funds towards housing for those facing homelessness and other social needs like addiction treatment, jobs, food services, and other community and social needs, should have a more positive impact on crime prevention. And we should take a new creative outlook on solutions outside our policing communities and a more humane long-term investment in our community. And if we increase the standard of living in our citizens instead of locking up more people, I think that's a better way to invest those funds. And so I think the discussion needs to be centered around plans for hiring trained mental health care workers for mental health crisis calls rather than simply sending armed officers. And likely, I know there's been CIT training, but the same CIT training was involved in the officers who responded to Eleanor Northington last year in February of 2019, where she was unfortunately killed as a result of the incident, and as well as Paul Daniels in late 2018 and Christopher Goodlow in December of 2015. And, CIT training had been implemented in IMPD training, at least in some regard in 2015, but after that, in most of the officers in 2018 and 2019. So I just wanted to say, to give that some thought. And it doesn't have to mean that we're saying take the funding away, from everybody there. We're just saying shift the priorities, saying, look, if somebody is having a mental health crisis, people don't need uniformed police officers maybe to just respond all the time. We can have trained mental health care workers and clinicians. If there's domestic calls, like was said earlier, we can have social workers that are paid in the Office of Public Health and Safety, who is only getting $16 million in the budget rather than the $253 million in the IMPD budget. You know, we can have different departments take up this, you know, the space that is so often given to IMPD and the Sheriff's Department to take up all those responsibilities into those two departments that could be shared across multiple departments for differing needs of the community. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Councilor Evans. Councilor Arnay, I did see your hand up. I know we went to you earlier. You want to say something real quickly, and then we can continue our order? Councilor Arnay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name was invoked, so I just wanted to reiterate my position. Again, I fully support identifying funding solutions and opportunities to ensure proper resources for mental health care, addiction, recovery, rentering assistance, homelessness, and other social services. But I do not and will not support defunding our police or averting funds from public safety. I'm fully aware of what those terms are, and I'm fully against it. And again, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor Arnay. Councilor Jared Evans. Councilor Keith Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you so much. Just one final question for me for the chief. Chief, would you support a Citizens Complaint Review Board that would be fully made up of civilians?
I would say I would give consideration to that at some point in time. I believe we need to give the board that we've got to make up, I think we need to give it a chance. It's the first time civilians have been able to participate in it. I'd like to see how that goes before going to the extreme of full citizen run board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Graves. Again, final comments or questions from councilors. Councilor Muscari. I'm sorry, Councilor Holiday. Councilor Holiday.
Not at this time.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Muscari.
Thank you, Chairman. As everybody here is probably getting text messages and emails about this meeting, earlier I had somebody text me a picture of a pepper ball or a rubber ball. I'm going to show this to the camera. And Chief, you try to tell me what you think this is.
Looks like a pepper ball.
The gentleman says it's hard and it didn't feel soft. So you say it's a pepper ball?
I believe that's a pepper ball.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Continue on.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I guess, wrap up here and thanking IMPD and all their efforts and letting them know that you have my full support. And like I said earlier, defunding the IMPD police force is just out of the cards, and I think that's it'd be a terrible move to do. We saw it in a previous administration, and it put us in such a hard spot with the amount of officers we have, and we're still trying to recover from that. So I applaud your efforts, and I want you to know that you have an ally in me, and I look forward to supporting you in the future.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Oliver.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At first, I'd like to acknowledge Deputy Chief Bailey, and I've seen him earlier this afternoon and didn't get a chance to exchange a whole lot other than to speak going down the escalator. But my question to Chief Taylor, and I'd like to ask Deputy Chief Adams about the pursuit policy of IMPD.
Did you say pursuit policy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. You like?
You should talk about the pursuit policy.
So we just updated our pursuit policy last year to prohibit the initiation of a pursuit solely on a traffic infraction. And so we rolled that out late last year, and we're starting to train our officers on that as we speak. There are other elements to it, but that was the main crux of the change, if that's what you're referring to.
That's a general policy, the pursuit policy of IMPD. I'm not referencing any particular case. What is the pursuit policy? You said it just for traffic pullover, it only applies there. As far as you identify the pursuit policy, please.
Yeah, so I think where you're going is, when can we pursue it? So an officer can pursue that's in a fully marked car or in a fully marked uniform. That's the crux of our policy, when we can pursue.
Well, thank you very much. One last question, Mr. Chairman. On the merit board, Chief Taylor, is that constituted by collective bargaining agreement, or by law, or by council code, city code?
Yes, sir. That's
Where does
merit
it get
law.
its authority from?
It's merit law. So, it's also state. So the merit law and the state law work hand in hand with to make up the merit board and the rules that govern it.
Can you tell me what's the authority to make up the merit board and how you get its members?
Yeah, it's defined by state law.
Yeah.
It's defined.
The makeup of the merit board's members?
Yes, sir. It's
I don't-
seven.
Go ahead. You remember that?
It's seven members.
2 are elected by the FOP, and the rest are divided between council and mayor appointments.
How many does each branch of government get appointment to that merit board?
So council gets 2, the mayor's office, I believe, gets 4, and the FOP gets 1.
It's 2. One's Democrat, and one's Republican.
Yeah, they have to be from different parties.
Thank you very much, Chief. That ends my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Carlino, final comments or questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. No further questions at this time, but again, want to thank all of our frontline workers and our servicemen and women. Thank you for answering the call.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jared Evans, final comments, please. Counselor Jared Evans. Ms. Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So do we have a comment from Jordan Updike posted on our portal? Jordan Updike, UPDIKE?
No, I don't have that comment.
Okay. Thank you. Last call for Councilor Jared Evans. Chief, I want to thank you, Assistant Chief Bailey, Assistant Chief Adams, for your time today and for your service to the community, and also the men and women of IMPD. Councilors, I know it's been a long night. Thank you for your service as well in your districts and to our city. Those from the public that were tuning in this evening, I appreciate you and your comments. Final word from you, Chief, as we wrap up our evening.
I just appreciate the opportunity to talk, and thank you for listening. Thank you for what you guys do as well and being the support that you are.
Thank you, Chief. With no other items on our agenda for this evening, we are adjourned. Have a good night.